Don't miss the 31st annual Last Chicago CoCo Fest. April 22nd and 23rd, 2023. Go to tandylist.com or glensideccc.com. Register today. Don't miss it. tandylist.com, glensideccc.com. Register today. April 22nd and 23rd, 2023. Don't miss it. April 22nd and 23rd, 2023. glensideccc.com.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCo Nation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to episode 307 of the CoCo Nation Show. Today we have special guest, Jeff Wires. Howdy, Jeff.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right, let's see who we got on the panel here today. Top left, we've got Mark Overhoser.
How does that happen every time?
I
Hi,
don't
glad to
know.
be here.
It's not even in the order we joined the Zoom call.
I know, weird.
And then
oh well.
in his usual place, Rick Euland.
Howdy, folks.
And we got El Cutterspoil.
Welcome to the show, everyone.
Hey, let's see. Cares return, line feed. We have yours truly. Our special guest is next. We'll be coming right back to you. Ken Waters.
Hello, everybody.
And on the bottom row of the Hollywood Squares, we have Jason, CocoMan.biz.
Oh, hello, in Hollywood Squares, and I will take Ken Waters the block.
And then we have Ron Delvaux.
Hello, and welcome to the show.
And last but not least, Alan.
Yeah, I'm last. Hello, everybody. Oh, wait, not last today.
That's right.
Jeff.
All right. In the center square, we have Jeff Wires from Chronologically Gaming. How you doing?
Super.
Glad you could be here.
Thank you so much.
Regret it yet?
No. It depends on what questions you ask. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, when the really
Give him a
personal
little-
ones come out, that's
Yeah. Give him a little
Yeah.
more time. He'll regret
He's
it
here
later.
because of the 1.3 million viewers we have.
that's over the
Sorry.
span of the entire show if you add every single episode.
1.31 million? I should
Sorry,
have done my hair.
The decimal point may move.
Yeah. We have that
That might be
Intel
a
floating point bug.
There you go.
Yeah. We get divided by 0 errors. Let's
Anyway, a
see.
big welcome to Jeff of Chronologically Gaming. Before we get into the actual interview, I'm going to play a little clip. Now, if you watch his channel on YouTube, you're getting like the core of the show. But if you watch it live on Twitch, he's got a little 5-minute, spacer intro, kind of like we do. But he's also got I don't know what you call it, the official intro, I guess, that actually has a sort of morphing as you go through time, which is really cool. And I thought I'd play that first so people can kind of get an idea what your channel's like.
Okay, great.
Share the sound. Is everybody seeing that?
Mhm.
Yep.
And hopefully hearing it.
Yep.
Hey, it's Chronologically Gaming, the only channel that's perpetually retro because we're playing every video game in order of release. Welcome to the 1981 Space Game Super Show. When you play all...
Anyway,
Hey, it's from
play
last
it.
night. Man, you got
Yeah.
the most current one.
Yeah. Gotta be timely on this show.
It's a great intro. We should try to get stuff like that.
I got some stick figures we can dance around a bit. I think it's about as close as I can get to that quality piece of animation.
Well, I can't take credit for that. And the reason I do that in the live show is because it's a video from Hyperspin that was made by their community. So it's free and anyone can use it, but it's not specifically for my show. I adopted it while we go on live, but loved it because it captures what I'm wanting to do. I'm wanting to see the evolution of everything and not miss a game as we go throughout time.
Yeah, and I mean that's one of the fun things about your show, because you'll reference back, like this game, you can see it took elements from this game from 2 years previous and added this new thing type thing. So you're kind of like not just playing every game, you're literally going through the history of how they developed and when new concepts came online for people to try. And you've had some surprises in that too, where you've go, I've played another game 2 years later than this that has the same thing, and I thought that was the first one type thing.
Yeah.
So standard interview questions we have a couple that we ask pretty well every guest, and I'll start with those first. So what was the very first computer or console or both that you ever used? And it didn't have to be in your own home. It could have been, at school, at a friend's house, whatever else. What was the first one you ever used?
The very first one that I ever used is a mystery to me because I don't remember. It was in kindergarten. They had a system set up as one of the stations we went to in kindergarten. And one of the stations was a computer that had educational titles. And I remember typing on a computer or answering the questions. It was probably like a match game. But for the life of me, I cannot remember what computer that was. I have guesses. It may have been a Commodore or it may have been an Apple. But I don't know for sure. So the very first computer I ever used is beyond my memory. But after that, the very first video game that I ever saw was Super Mario Brothers. Like the very first I could capture as seeing. I was familiar with television, and we went to daycare, and my parents weren't exposing me to that because I'm sure most people here, you didn't grow up with parents. You're like, here, have more video games, have more TV content. So I was the same way. I was not exposed to any of that stuff, and they had to put me in daycare whenever I was very young, before starting primary school. And I remember sitting down and watching someone else play this Super Mario Brothers on the screen, and it blew my mind because for the first time, I'm familiar with television. I know you sit and watch something, but I looked at the controller and I realized, wait, you are moving and controlling something on the you're doing that on the screen. And as a kid, I never turned back. So that's where it all began as far as the first thing I ever saw. For systems, though, we were blessed with a couple people on the street that were computer geeks, and they had a lot. They had Commodore, they had Commodore 64, and the very first IBM PCs. And so in our house, the first system we ever had was an IBM 386. It was a custom built one, had DOS version 4, I believe, had 4 megabytes of RAM and like a 40 megabyte hard drive. And that was the very first computer we ever had. So I've been a PC master race since the beginning. That's so Macs, no, I haven't done any of that. But we've been PC since then.
And did you ever have a video game console at home too, or are you strictly home computers at that point? Like some parents just says, you're not fiddling around playing games. You're going to get something you do your homework on.
We were definitely that. It took several years before my dad was the one that pushed, because my dad's the geek guru. And if we wanted to go even back further than that, I found out much later in life that my dad's dad, who I never knew, but my grandfather used to work on the cathode ray tube and computers before modern computers. He worked in the computers the size of rooms, or the mainframe systems. And so maybe it's history of I'm meant to be doing this, checking out computer software, hardware, and all that stuff. So my whole history has been computing. Or
so it's genealogically gaming instead
yes.
of just chronologically.
It's in your blood.
Possibly, right?
That's cool, because we have a few other people in our community that also had parents and stuff that worked on the mainframes, like the old IBM ASs, and I don't know if they didn't go back as far as the cathode ray tube stuff. It's more the the 60s mainframes, the 70s. A lot of people did the PPs. I used the PDP 1134 when I was young at work too. So, but yeah, that's cool. You have 3 generations. That's a fairly rare thing for somebody of our age to be able to say, I'm a 3rd generation computer guy.
Right. I just found out later, and I don't have all the details because my dad does not remember. because he died so young that we just don't have the information. But I'd love to know because now that I've gotten into the history of it, I've gone way far back, 40s and 50s, just to learn more about what's there. And it's cool to know that he was doing that. He was working on those systems.
Yeah, that is cool.
But as far as consoles go, we ended up eventually my dad pushed for let's get a console, and it ended up happening with yard sales. So we went to yard sales, and I was born 1983, so I'm about to be 40, really close to being 40. And the yard sales we went to was after the crash, or around the North American video game crash. So Atari was all over those yard sales. So we picked up a Atari console, and the very first system that I got to play was Atari. And even though it was like rudimentary, because by the time we got the Atari, I think it was 87, 88. It's got to be.
Oh, we're talking the Atari 2600 or the 52 or the 78?
VCS. Yeah, Atari VCS. Yeah. So it was late 80s when I played the VCS, and I already knew other stuff that was out there. Didn't have it myself, but I still enjoyed the VCS, had a blast. And that kind of is where I'm getting my let's go back in time and still enjoy games that just because they're old doesn't mean they're bad. And I appreciated that at a young age.
For me, the thing with video games is that the gameplay is king. The graphics and the sound are like, dessert. That helps heighten it, yes, but that's not necessary. If the meal's not good, it doesn't matter. And that's one thing we were talking about in the pre-show a little bit here too, that that there seems to be a settling on certain subgenres that are out now that almost every game falls under these few core categories, whereas back in the 70s and the 80s, where you started the chronologically gaming stuff at, games were new. Like nobody had an idea what can you get away with, what kind of things should you try, and it was a wild west where there's just all kinds of ideas. Some stuck, some didn't, but there's some really interesting and innovative stuff happening back then.
Yeah, it's great. And I believe the same thing. Graphics and sound are okay, but it's a video game. Otherwise, we'd be watching a movie or reviewing a movie or a book. If like people come to me and they I want a game with great story. I'm like, well, go read a book. If you want a video game, how does it play compared to how does it read?
Or an Infocom game, one of those.
Yeah, right.
And because you're doing the whole chronologically gaming thing, have you gone back and become a retro computer hobbyist to where you're getting older consoles and getting older home computer systems to collect yourself, or are you strictly interested in the gaming history through eemulators? I know you use emulators to show because it's easier to capture, but
yeah, my history was starting with physical. So I actually was collecting, and I had I had Atari VCS with probably 150 games in my collection, and then had Sega Genesis with hundreds of Sega Genesis games, Nintendo Entertainment System. I had thousands of Nintendo. So I was doing the physical media. For computer space, though, PC, big box gaming, lots, shelves and shelves. And I started collecting more and more physical. But because of the tragic loss of the physical is one of the reasons why I'm doing mostly digital now. I had an event happen, like a bad disaster, and I lost most of the physical stuff. And then with the stuff I didn't lose in the middle of the move, I gave it to I don't really want to call out bad names, but I gave it to a buddy. The buddy left all the stuff in their attic while he like holding it on to me. And so in that process, it got pretty hot in the attic, and majority of it is melted and it is ruined. So it was there. It was in someone's attic for about 2 years, waiting until I can get to another space. So I lost majority of the stuff from there, and then whatever I didn't lose, then I just ended up giving away. So because of the amount of physical media and computer media and console handheld, since everything was lost, I realized, okay, well, I don't want to start over from scratch going physical. Let's go nuts with digital. Let's just try to get as much as we can, and that's what ended up me going down rabbit holes of, wait a second, they got computers from Australia? I never even heard of this, or the weird obscure systems and handhelds, consoles, all that stuff. So I ended up going more and more and learning more and having a blast with that.
So I guess you just covered one subtopic I was going to ask about, because you are not just restricting yourself to the North American or the Japanese market, then you're the most common ones. You're actually doing more obscure, like European and the UK and Australia and other things like that too. Was that your original intention when you got the idea of doing chronological gaming? I'd like to get the origin story too, like what prompted you to decide to make this into a show. But did you have that as your original plan right from the get-go, or was that something you kind of added as you discovered some of these systems when you're doing your research? Because I imagine it's a ton of research. My poor little CoCo game site has a ton of research involved, and I'm just doing one system. So,
yeah, originally, no, I was not planning to go this deep. I don't know how much has been said ahead of time, but my channel's goal is I really just want to play every single video game in order that it came out, so you have a context of what was being out there. And so I honestly was going to start with the easy stuff. Let's just play the consoles, and then start when the VCS is released, and then move on from there. But no, when I was collecting and finding more, and I didn't want to leave out anything else, and so I ended up turning into making that of the obsession. And let's just go even further than that. And so now and thanks to you, Curtis, by the way, Curtis is reached out to me and says, what about this one? I'm like, oh man, another hole. And I want to fill that and make sure that one gets covered too. So I ended up going more and more detailed, realizing there's even more out there, and I didn't want to miss anything. In fact, on that note, we had someone in the chat mention the Nebu network from Ottawa, Canada. And I had no idea, never even heard about that. Just found out that, was it 5 or 6 months ago, they got the service back where you can connect to it?
Yeah. Basically, the story, Ken probably knows a bit more about it than I do. There's some other people in the CoCo community actually have Nabus now. But basically, it was a system that was set up, and it was similar to, what's that one from the late 70s that was also a kind of a network-based Plato.
Yep, Plato.
But basically, it was meant to be a network thing, like the Taylor and Amy show, and they'll be at CoCo Fest this year too. But they just got one too, and they got linked up to the server, so they've been able to download like BASIC and then download games and everything else. And it was basically one of the son, I think, of the original designer or the original owner or something of it, actually had a whole bunch of these still boxed from when the company shut down, and started selling them on eBay. And then people figured out how to get the software running so you get the network. Because without the networking part of it, which is what it was based on, it's pretty useless.
Yeah.
But
you speaking of Leo Binkowski? Is he the one? I'm
trying to remember the name here because I covered that a couple months ago, so I don't remember anymore. But yeah, there's quite a few people that have been getting involved. Plato's the same thing, because Plato was an earlier version of that from the States, or was it Europe? Can't remember that.
No,
but it was an earlier system.
University of Illinois.
Okay, thank you. But basically, it had the same thing where everything was network based, and you had a bunch of games you could play, like, against people on the network type thing. But that was in the late 70s, and it had a graphic terminal that was a requirement to use it, and it was fairly high res, decent graphics, like way ahead of its time as far as a home computer would go. And it was kind of along the same concept, but I think it was originally intended to be an educational tool.
That's what everything is originally. Let's originally make it educational so we can get it in people's homes. Yeah. Well, someone brought up the Nebu network, and that was something I had never heard of before. And I have researched and looked at, like you were saying, so many things. So when someone throws a curveball at me and I've never heard of before, I looked into it and I'm ready. Nebu is going to be on the channel whenever we get to that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. Does anybody on the panel today have one of those? Like, I know Taylor and Amy have them. I know Aaron.
I've never heard of it before, ever.
Okay.
And
it's pretty well only sold in Ontario, as far as I know.
Well, I lived in Rochester, New York, and we never heard of it, ever.
Yeah. So. Well, I mean, I'm in Canada. I never heard of it before, because it seemed to be local to Ontario is where it was getting sold and installed.
Wikipedia page says Ottawa.
Ottawa, yeah.
Yeah. So Plato was only the University of Illinois at was it Champaign-Urbana, and then some distance Indiana schools and some other ones. So yeah, it was pretty limited to the Midwest.
Yeah, kind of like Videotex, was originally meant for farming terminals and stuff like that, which was actually the prototype of the original CoCo hardware before the CoCo came out. That's not game related though, so you don't have to worry about that one. Now, you're obviously into the gaming side of things here, but you said you work in IT, but did you, as a kid, get into the programming side of things with the home computers and stuff? Like, did you learn BASIC or Logo or Pascal or something like that?
That's actually what I went to college for. Growing up, though, no, I didn't do any. Yeah, I wasn't really involved with programming as a younger kid. Whenever I was in high school, I dabbled a little bit, but then that's what my degree is, computer information systems. So I did C#, Python, the basic COBOL. I'm trying to remember all the languages, but that's what my degree is in. But I've never dabbled and wanted to create or make anything using that, because what I also did in high school was gymnastics. So by the time I graduated, I ended up just being a gymnastics coach because I had more fun with that than sitting at the computer. So I worked physically rather than mentally, and I haven't used any of my degree until just recently in IT, which is I'm pretty much a jack of all trades, computer hardware, software guy. That's or supplying that for my company.
Okay, that's interesting because I think most of us, quite a few of us are a little bit older than you, but for most of us, it was kind of like learning basic. When you first got the CoCo, because it had one of the best manuals out of any home computer for learning that. So a lot of us, at least did that, and then some people diverged into being hardware and creating their own, cards to add in and whatever else, or doing their own upgrades, etc. Not me. I suck at, as everybody knows on the show here. I burn my hair with soldering irons, but. But it's interesting that you came along a little bit later and you actually didn't bother with the programming at home thing, because back when the CoCo first came out, there wasn't that, as you've noticed when you went through 80 and 81, there wasn't a heck of a lot of games out there.
Right.
And a lot of them even being sold were in BASIC. So if you could learn BASIC yourself, you could make games for free, type of thing. So I think that's where a lot of us kind of came from. I don't think any of us were writing stuff to become accountants or anything like that. So
right.
Okay. Next up,
So
when did you come back to the retro gaming community, or were you kind of always there in the background? And when did this project start? I imagine you probably had a fairly big lead time of doing research to get enough to get off the ground and going, or are you winging it as you go type thing?
Well, I had already planned 1977 was going to be the beginning where I was going to go and then do consoles, but for the retro gaming scene, I've been involved in collecting since high school. So whenever I got rid of my Sega Genesis, I sold it and then realized I really shouldn't have sold that console, and I really I should have kept it around. So it made me realize, I guess everyone has that point when, if you're a physical collector, if you've sold or gotten rid of something, you realize you shouldn't have done that. It gives you that drive to want to get more and bring back what you lost.
What you lost.
Yep. So that was the moment that told me I want to collect. So that was high school, and I started to collect more physical media of the consoles, handhelds, and then PC computing, because there's so many good stuff, PC games that I wanted the big box. I wanted everything that came with it. I love all the stuff that is included, the feelies, the maps, I wanted to find as much as I could. So that's where the drive first began.
And then when we switched over to doing the digital version of it, obviously due to some disasters happening in your personal life type thing, you still try to collect, like I know you show it on the show, but I don't know if it's strictly for the show or for your own purposes of trying to get scans of the original boxes and scans of the original artwork and that kind of thing. So you still have, not feely, but you still have a representation of some of that stuff. Is that something that you yourself personally like having, or is that more research for the show?
Research for the show now. I have a small museum here still, very small considering what I used to have. Like I got Rob the Robot behind me, and my NES is still here, and several other things, but little things from that I have left from before. But as far as like the origins of doing this show, it's while I was collecting physically, I'm sure everyone does too. You check out the emulation scene. And so when I first had learned, wait, you can play Nintendo on your computer? You got to be kidding me, because I was already full in with the PC Master Race. And when you're telling me, wait, the PC can do also all that stuff? Wait a second, that just cements the PC Master Race. So I ended up dabbling into emulation, finding out what you could emulate and couldn't. And I was already doing a little bit of that, but still mostly physical. So but I didn't shun emulation. I just looked at it as that's a cool idea. I like that we can make that happen. And it also had me learning more about how the games were made, because if you're familiar with, one of the first Nintendo emulators was Nesticle. And whenever I got Nesticle, I went in and found out the RAM addresses and realized how their tile base, creating the game's tile base and drawing them across. So I ended up going a little deep on how the games were made, and going in the hacking scene, realize how they hacked the games, and enjoy doing that. So while I was dabbling a little bit in emulation, it's when I'd lost all my physical that I just went full into let's just do all. Let's make it all run. Can I get everything to run? And so when I realized I can get everything to run as much as I could, I kept going and kept going. And then the big change was when I discovered Launchbox, because when I was collecting things digitally, I had this thing in my head as a dream of programming this myself. I said, what if I could go from a game to another game, or just say, I want to play all the Pac-Man games ever. And I just do a look up Pac-Man, and all the Pac-Man games come in, and I can just go play them. So I had this thought in my head, which is basically the front end, which is what we call now. And when Launchbox was released, because I did a little bit with Hyperspin, was a little more clunky, which is another front end. But when Launchbox came out, when I discovered that and found out that my dream is already happening. By the way, Jason Carr is the main developer of Launchbox. He is phenomenal. So he created this front end where you can, if you can emulate it, you can play it and showcase it or display it and make filters to search for whatever you would want, what kind of games you want, genre, year it came out, all that stuff. So whenever Launchbox came on the scene, that's whenever I switched to let's just go even for how much things can we make work and put them in to. And I'm sure you've seen other people online that they try to fill it with as much as they can just to see. There's some guy out there that has, I think, 200,000 games, 450 different computers, and like just going nuts with it. So I kind of went that far, and then even further. It's because all my buddies that were retro fans are enjoying playing older games. I'm past that point. I'm going even further than they would be interested, because I just wanted to make it. I wanted to see it all and play it all. And then as far as the origins to having this idea, it was when I started to see other YouTube personalities and people in the retro gaming scene show in the past their experience and review those games in their from their youth or their experience of those. And I was really influenced by someone named Jeremy Parrish, who's now doing a YouTube channel where he's going in order, playing like every game on the Game Boy. Like he started with the first Game Boy game and he's playing all in order of the Game Boy games. And while he's doing that, he talks about a game for one whole episode, like half an hour of just one game on the Game Boy. But he brings up the origins of where this game came from, which computer in Japan it came from. And so when I'm listening to that, I'm like, wait a second, this was not the first time that this game came out. And that's where more of the obsession and the hobby started to turn into even bigger, because I was like, well, what's the other computers out there that were influencing and creating people? So that's where I learned about the computers in Japan, the NEC PC-88, the MSX, and then also in North America, the XD Sorcerer, the CoCo, computers that I wasn't even aware of, that had lots of the games that were influencing other genres and creating, their own niche gameplay. So I ended up adding more and more and more and more. And then when my collection was getting so large digitally, there was one day, just for fun, you can do this in Launchbox, where you set the filter up and you just say, I want to just show me all the games that came out. Like I just chose like my wife's birthday. Like if what games came out January 16th, 1982, where, and I can make the filter say, give me all the video games, and it gives me all the video games, and I'm just playing like this snapshot of January 16th, 1982. And I loved it. And I had a blast with it. And someone at work told me, because I do trainings also at my job, and they said, you have a really good voice. Have you thought about doing streaming or Twitch, radio, or things like that? And I said, you know what? That's a good idea. And so I brought those two ideas together, and that's the beginning of the channel, where I said, let's just play every video game as they're released, so you can get an idea of what else is out there at the same time.
Yeah. Now, you're restricting yourself in some ways. Like, you're not doing adult content, obviously, because you want to keep it family friendly. You're not covering like the old mainframe games, of which, there's a bunch of text-based games that were out in the 60s and 70s. There's even like, what is it, Higginbotham, or I can't remember the guy's name, but the guy who did the original Tennyson on an oscilloscope in 1958 or 59.
Yes,
it was Bear, or I can't remember who it was, but there's a few other little oddballs there. Was it just because it was so hard to get emulation for those, or what was the reason that you decided to skip those? Or
Oh, a great point. Yeah. I said originally I was going to start in 1977 with the VCS, but then I said, well, I can go older than that. It's because I found some
like Fairchild's, Odyssey 2. There's a bunch of earlier ones. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I found some simulators for the original Magnavox Odyssey, I realized, I can kind of show something. It's not the exact same thing, but I can show something. So I can go back to 1971 and get the very first, computer space, because MAME emulated that, or they made it so you could play that. And so I said, okay, I'll start there. But yeah, that's correct, because I can't emulate every mainframe game. Like I could do Play-Doh and I could do a few others, because they made possible by the community that allows you to play it in
like the original Space War from the PDP in '62. I think that one emulated, but that's
right.
Probably.
But since I couldn't get everything, I decided just to say no mainframe, and I'll just stick with the big four: the arcade, computer or personal computers, home computers, whatever you want to call it, micros, handhelds, and consoles. So I'll just do all of those. And most of the people don't do computers, because it's if you got a Commodore 64, you don't just pop in a Commodore 64 game and play it. Usually doesn't work that way. Most people don't want to touch playing those games or making them work, because it takes a little bit of effort.
Yeah, you need a bit of knowledge of the system, like how do I actually load a binary program versus a basic program, and how do I get it to run, etc. So
yes, I had to do a lot of research on the computers. I have little cheat sheet notes whenever I'm doing the live show, because if I'm going from system to system, I need to know, wait, I'm on the XD Sorcerer. How does the XD Sorcerer load their system? What kind of game is this? How much memory does it need? And so forth and so forth.
What generation of that computer it requires, because some of them require later hardware.
My Model 1 TRS-80 and my Model 3, all that stuff.
Yeah. Now, one question, like you mentioned the four basic categories that you're covering. One I wanted to ask you about, because to me it's not strictly video game, but it's of the era, is the handheld electronic ones, which is, it's not really a video display. We're not talking game, but we're talking older, like Mattel football and that kind of thing. So what prompted you to get into that? I mean, I didn't even know there was emulators for those until I saw your show, to be honest.
Well, the handheld part, whenever I saw some people do work in RetroArch, where they took, it's not even emulated, it's more simulated. They take some video of the handheld, and then they work on making the simulator to look really similar to the handheld. And so when I realized I could do that and collect and find those, actually the big push was because MAME started doing that. One of the latest versions of MAME started incorporating handhelds where you could play them. And even though some of them are not all of them were perfect, I said, well, I'm going to do my best just to at least collect and find the box artwork, what the system looks like, and explain what it is. Because at this point, I'm currently in 1981, and the handhelds, we got some pretty complicated ones that are mimicking Galaxian and Pac-Man, but the ones that are just really simple, like football, Mattel's football, it's pretty easy to explain how it works, and you can even show like some game footage, so I don't have to necessarily be playing it or emulating it. I wanted to incorporate it, because by the time we get to the newer handhelds that have interchangeable cartridges, Game Boy specifically, I want to play and see every handheld. And I also found a simulator for the Milton Bradley Microvision. And that's another push that's like, hey, I can play a game that is most people can't even get that to work. And this one will work, and I can showcase it. So then it's kind of like my thoughts with the mainframe computers. I said, hey, I can get this Play-Doh game to work, and I can get this game to work. Do I want to do all of them now? And so when I realized I couldn't do all the mainframe, I said, okay, I have to shelve that. But the handheld, I can do. I want to do every handheld. Let's make it all do the best I can to show every handheld.
Yeah, I think a lot of us that grew up in the 70s, the electronic handhelds like the Mattel footballs, et cetera, like that, I think was really a stepping stone, because they were much cheaper than buying a console.
Oh yeah.
I mean, for me, when the VCS first came out, or the Odyssey 2 for that matter, that was for the rich kids, the kids that had, fairly well-off parents that could afford one of those things. But the, electronic football for $20 type thing, or $30, was a lot better than a couple hundred. And, the batteries lasted forever. So you could if you had a bus trip out for some tour for school and you were bored on the bus, I wasn't bored. I was playing football.
Yeah.
Type of thing. So yeah, I'm glad you're covering them, but I had no idea there was an emulation scene for those. I thought people collected them still. I've seen them on eBay, et cetera, but I didn't realize there was a digitalized version of that available.
Yeah, there is a couple websites I can't remember off the top of my head, but they want to make everything work too. So they've been helping me out to get them to be showcased on the channel, and there's a lot. I did have to put some, again, stipulation on consoles that are dedicated to one thing. So I had some people, because you make the claim, I'm going to play every single video. Of course, I'm going to have someone that says, well, you didn't do this one that was in. And one thing that's brought up is the Pong clones, all of the, like the Telstar and things like that. I shelved those because the dedicated Pong clones or the dedicated consoles from the first generation, they're not even able to be emulated, and they're essentially they're packaged differently, but they're all the
same game.
Yeah, it's the same game. So I made the decision, I don't need to do those, but I have had people say, why don't you do those?
Yeah, why didn't you do the Sears version of the?
Yeah, where's the Sears version of the VCS?
Exactly. I mean, that was something I asked you about too, because like for the Dragon 3264, which should be hitting in mid 1982, it's based on the same base hardware platform that Motorola had published as basically a base way to use their VDG chip, which had been out since 78, used the AK and Atom and some other machines even before the CoCo. But basically, it's the same base hardware platform specs that they produced, and then Tandy ran off with it for the CoCo 1, and then Dragon ran off with the Dragon 32, and there's Brazilian clones like the CP400, and there's a sample from Korea, and basically it's all the same hardware platform with maybe some language differences because some people are doing English, some are doing Portuguese, and whatever else. But I was asking, like, the Dragon actually had its own ecosystem of its own and was producing its own games. The first initial launch titles were imported from the States and even Canada and Australia a little bit, just because it was so close in hardware, you could make a fairly quick conversion of it. It's not exactly the same, like keyboards map differently and a few other little differences too, but
right.
But then they started getting their own ecosystem and bringing their own games that never came here until decades later. We started figuring out, oh, you guys have all that and we have all this, let's start swapping, patch them up so they work on each other's systems. Now our libraries have expanded. So yeah, I wasn't sure where the cutoff was for you, like you were mentioning, like the Telstars and all the various Pong games. If because like there's a few of the games that we were talking about when I was emailing you some stuff on the Dragon, where I can say that's basically the CoCo game, just with a new splash screen type thing. But there's some others they actually changed a bit. Like one example I think I gave you was Ghost Gobbler, which is a Pac-Man clone from Spectral.
Yep.
They changed it to Racer Ball. They changed the title, and then they changed the graphics too a little bit. Like the bonus shapes, the ghosts, and the Pac-Man have all changed into something else to fit this new theme. And that, from what I understand, was more due to legal issues because they were a lot more strict about copyrights in the UK than they were in the US, where it was kind of loosey-goosey.
Yep.
So
But you make a really good point, though, because when a system is released and it's being put in different regions, sometimes they go off and do their own thing. And sometimes it's the exact same game or the exact same experience. Case in point is the Creative Vision, which is a really obscure console. And in Asia, when it was first released in Hong Kong or Taiwan, whatever you want to say, that system was its own game, but then it was taken to Australia, called the Dick Smith Wizard, and then New Zealand is called something. I think it's still Dick Smith Wizard, but whatever region it went to, it was all the exact same games. But whether someone calls it the Creative Vision, the Dick Smith Wizard, or the I can't remember the other titles, but kind of like whenever you want to say the Nintendo in Russia was called the Dindy. Am I going to be covering the Dindy or am I going to be covering Nintendo? So I'm making it so that if the system doesn't have its own line of games specifically for the system, or it doesn't branch off and do its own thing, I'm just going to consider that the same hardware because it is the same thing. So the Dragon has done its own. The Dragon 32 and 64, they ended up going and making games specifically for Europe. So I'm separating that, and it's going to have its own place on the show. And when it comes to, I did a console called the RCA Studio 2. It's one of the ones that came out around the same time as the Fairchild and the VCS. Well, the RCA Studio 2 was bootlegged in Australia, called the MGT. And now I got to keep my facts straight because it had a name in Australia called a different name. But I played those bootleg games on the show, even though I said it was packaged like the RCA Studio 2. I prefaced it that this technically came out for a Victory. There you go, the Victory MGT. So it was technically released on something called the Victory MGT, but it's just the exact same system. So if there's 1 or 2 games, I might do something like that. But I'm really looking forward to, though, when we go to Japan in 1983, because in 1983 the Famicom is released, and I'm gonna showcase only games that are on the Famicom and play everything on the Famicom. And then in 1985, when the Nintendo Entertainment System is released in North America and then Europe, I'm gonna be simultaneously doing Famicom and Nintendo as if they're 2 different systems. Because, and same thing with the Dragon and the CoCo. So I'll be showing the releases of Dragon at the same time what's happening in the CoCo in North America, and then they all just keep going, and they're all going to be lumped together as the global scope of video games.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to do it too, because like with the Dragon and the CoCo was sold in the UK. It was importantly expensive, so nobody bought it, but it was there. And you'll see like old microdeal cassettes and stuff will say for the Dragon 32 and the Tier City color computer or whatever.
Yes.
So it's the exact same game for that, but never got sold in North America. So yeah, I was kind of curious how you're planning on handling those situations.
We have a question from TJB Chris to Jeff. Says, are you subjecting yourself to the edutainment games like the Memorex VIS?
Great question. That's the other thing we do. I made a video on which ones we don't do, and like, even though my tagline is we're playing every video game, I have a video that is saying what we really don't do, because anything that's involving early childhood. In other words, if the game is let's color, I'm going to say here's the game and then move on. But I'm not actually going to play the game. I'm not going to color live on Twitch. And then in the same spectrum, well, we don't play the
short. There's a four-year-old market out there that might be into that.
Then they can check out the coloring on a different Twitch channel. But anything involving early childhood, we're going to just say here it is, then we move on. And the same thing that's adults only. Because if it's involving sex or nudity and that's the only thing, then we're just going to say here it is and then move on rather than play it. So I'm keeping that range as something we won't play, because if you've seen the show, we jump in a game, I check out the artwork, we look at history behind it, we just go pop and play for a little bit, get a little taste of it, and then we move on to the next game in order of release. So the format of the show is just experiencing what it is to boot up and play a little bit of the game, or get an idea of what the game is like compared to whatever thing else is available in that time frame. So yeah, anything early childhood, anything in adults only world, we're not going to play, but it'll still be there, but it won't be like it won't be showcased.
TJB so something that kind of crosses the lines, like Leisure Suit Larry, like you're going to cover that, I presume. It's not.
I'm playing Leisure Suit Larry. Oh yeah.
Okay, so go ahead, Mark. You had another question from the chat.
TJB Chris, he said there were some real games for the Memorex, like Link's Golf, that were aimed at the parents and edutainment.
Oh, Link's Golf, we are playing, yes.
Yeah.
And if it's edutainment, it depends on how much merit it is, because I am showing and playing educational titles. But if it's just like doing an exam or equations, like we just came across, we played all the space games in Europe, they had Space Division and Space Math for the Commodore VIC-20. I'm not playing the games. I show here it is, give it a little example of, hey, you're going to be doing math problems. Then we move on to the next game. So it's there, but it's not going to be where we boot it up and play some math games. But yeah, edutainment, we actually did something because Oregon Trail is so popular with edutainment. We had on the Apple II, Elementary Math Volume 6 was the very first time you could have experienced Oregon before it was even called Oregon Trail. So it was the teletype converted to the Apple II. So we played that just for fun because it was the origins of the Oregon Trail. And then we'll obviously be playing every version of the Oregon Trail when we get there. And I just can't say that we'll play every single educational title, because if anyone else is, it's too much. A great example is the Commodore 64. There's roughly about 28,000 video games for the Commodore 64, but that's video games, or what people consider as video games. If you add educational titles, they have about 56,000 educational titles on the Commodore 64. So if I'm going to say I'm going to play every single game, there's no way I'm going to hit every single educational title. It's just it's not going to happen.
When you get to Rocky's Boots for the Apple II, you should check that out. It's circuit development.
Oh yeah. We got that one. That one's on the list.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a couple like that actually, because there's a couple in the CoCo. Rocky's Boots was one. What was the other one?
Yeah, same thing. I think it was what was that?
Robot Battle, which is like a programmer's game. That's
Oh yeah, that one's cool. And
by the way,
what I do on the show is I say we cover everything in order of release, and then we get to the end where we say, like, right now we're in 1981 and we're playing all the games we couldn't find the definite release date for. That's the time for anybody watching the show to say, hey, you forgot about what such and such game, which Curtis does all the time. He's always saying, hey, what about this game? And so I'll be sure to include that so we don't miss anything before we end the year.
But you know, Elliot had such a blast with the math tutor.
TJB Chris said, thank you for answering my question. And Mark Siegel says, what about Atom? ATOM, all capitals.
We got it. We're on it. We're on the Acorn Atom.
Yeah. Yep. Mark's the guy that designed that one, the specs for it, to make an educational one. He's quite proud of that one.
Oh, I see.
And of course, he was the manager at Tandy too. So
I got 3 questions.
Go ahead. Ron.
First one is, why don't you hook up with a couple of other guys that are really knowledgeable and have your show as a corporate thing where you could put off other guys to do some of the stuff you can't just do yourself? And the other question is, do you sleep well? And the other question after that is, if you don't sleep well, is it because you dream in digital?
I do sleep well. I'll answer that one first.
Even with a newborn baby, I'm surprised.
We got a cool dynamic going since I stream 1 hour only. I still have a good sleep for now. We'll see what happens later. But for the first question, I do invite people on, and one of the things I wanted to do for the show, which is I've never seen done before, is not only we're going to go in order of release, but I invite other people that would want to come play the games on. So I've sent invitations out to several hundred people just to see if they want to come on and come on the show for an hour and just play a time capsule of the different games that are available. And so I've had a few people that are more like Twitch personalities or YouTube personalities come on. And so I've had a total, I think, 40 guests on the show. But for professionals, I've sent invitations to Nasir Gabelli to see if he would want to come. I sent invitations to Kim and Roberta Williams to see if they want to come on because we're already hitting online systems. I sent invitations to can't I think of it right now off the top of my head. He's like the biggest guy that used to be at ID Software. I mean, I don't know why I can't think of it.
Carmack or
the Rebel.
John Romero.
Yeah, John Romero. There you go. I sent an invitation to John Romero, but I'm still pretty small time. So if you got anybody else that you would recommend that would be good as a guest, because it's not just having someone on to play games. It's just because it is a live show and you're not prefaced which game you'll see. So whenever I had Chris Alimo from Classic Gaming Quarterly come on, he's more of a 90s console and PC guy. And so when he came on, he asked ahead of time, am I going to know what we're going to see? Because he was slightly familiar with the games in 1980, but not completely. So you come across a game, you're not going to get the research to talk about it. It's more of who's really good to do something live off the top of your head.
Now, you've actually had, like you said, you've had people come on and play the games, and you're playing with them through the emulators. Like, how many of the emulators that you use support that type of interactivity?
As long as it's not a text adventure game where you need to have the keyboard, you can play. You can play with me, and we use a program called Parsec, so they connect to my system as if it was a couch co-op game, and their controller connects, and then we're able to play everything together if it's a 2-player game.
Yeah, because that was one thing I thought was pretty cool. That you'd have people come on and you actually would play against each other, or cooperative depending on the game.
Yeah. That's been the most fun because doing the show and explaining the history is great, but it's about playing the game. That's what video games are. So if you can get someone to actually play a little bit, that you can understand how it is. However, we are going from arcade to handheld to console to all these computer games have so many different controls, and I cannot, and I wish I could, put in their hand a color computer joystick so they could feel what it's like, to play the game on that joystick. But I knew you had one handy.
That's a deluxe, but it's a crap joystick, basically. But
we have a comment from Franklin Harris about the C64 game numbers. He was thinking there was closer to 20,000 total titles and only 10 to 15,000 were games.
Yeah, the information I'm getting is from the let me get that link. Commodore 64 database. I don't have the full link with me right now, but I'm pulling it off of I'm basically saying which database of the Commodore 64 has the biggest numbers, not to verify that's really the actual number.
Yeah. You got references though, so
yes, yeah.
We'll accept that.
Yeah. If you can ever make it to a CoCo Fest, we usually do have some gaming stuff there. In fact, this year I think we're having the most game-oriented display people there. Like we're having the Amigos gaming network is coming down for the first time ever. So you could actually set it up so we could have little competitions of certain CoCo games if you so desire to do so.
Nice. That sounds awesome.
So well, stick that in your head anyway for the future.
Yep.
Rinse and repeat, Cat. Hey, the sibling rivalry is going to be there too.
Yep. Yeah, Tim and AJ. And Taylor and Amy tend to play a fair number of games too. I don't know if they'll be doing that as much. They also do hardware though, so they're kind of like a cross genre as far as what they're doing with retro. Have you caught up all the questions in the chat there, Mark? Or is there any from the panel actually before I continue?
I think we're current on the chat.
Did you learn how to keep still? Because you keep still so well. At first, I thought you had a mohawk because it's your background and your head doesn't move a whole lot. So I thought.
I don't think I do.
Do you have any training in broadcast, or because you stay still and you enunciate well?
Thank you very much. I've never done radio. I've always loved to, because I'm sure people, when they hear about, wait, you get paid to just talk? That sounds awesome. So I've always wanted to, but no, I've never done anything in radio. I have done things in theater or stage work, improv stuff, just for fun on the side. When I was coaching gymnastics, which I did for a very long time, if you can entertain a bunch of kids, like 20, 30 kids at once, then you're pretty much ready to be on stage. Yes.
Now you were mentioning that you've kind of expanded both the year range of what you're covering and also what you're covering, including the handhelds, etc. Once you kind of expanded into all that, did you fully realize how many games you have coming up here? Like, did you realize how big this project had become?
Yes. I knew that once I started in the 70s, I could get through the 70s fairly easily because I'd already seen how everything gets exponentially bigger. Obviously, you put computers in people's homes and say, here's how you program stuff. And then we got all these games that pop out. And I think we mentioned it before on the limitations of, are we doing type-in games? What about all the games that are in magazines, And so I'm going to do some, but I'm not going to be able to do all the type-in games. It's mostly going to be the commercial releases. And every now and then, if there's a type-in game that's really amazing, I want to show that when it's first available. But I already knew ahead of time how much it was going to be. And I already knew ahead of time this formula or the kind of show I want to run. I told myself, let's do this, let's set it up, and let's see what happens. Like, how popular is this going to be? Is this going to be boring? Are people even going to be interested in seeing this? So I'm kind of doing this as a trial run, guys. It's more like I'm going to be doing this for a year. Let's see how popular it is, what happens to it after this. And then if it really isn't something that catches on, then I'll go do something else. Or just stop. But if it is something that it interests people and people enjoy it, then I'll just keep going and going until, what do they say, when my kids take over chronologically gaming and continue to play?
Genealogically gaming is when fourth generation.
Genealogically gaming.
I know you always look for games that are the best or most action or whatever, but wouldn't there be a cool section if you just might mention some of the real trashy, crappy stuff?
He does.
Oh yeah, we do.
He has a rating system. Actually, that's another question I was going to ask about. So you have a 5-star rating system, and there's certain games, like if you're not going to cover them for whatever reason, the emulation didn't work or whatever, you give them 0 stars because you can't obviously test it. But you have a rather interesting way because you're covering so many different consoles and computers of such different levels of technical ability on these machines. Something released in 77 compared to something released in 81 as far as hardware goes can make a huge difference as to what the game's capable of. So how does your rating system work when you're trying to compare an Atari 2600 release from 1981 versus an Intellivision release, or a more modern like a VIC-20, or one of the higher end home computers at the time, because obviously they're on completely different scales from each other. And I thought you might want to explain how that whole rating system works for that.
Yeah, good point. The rating system is a 5-star rating system. Part of it is just so people can have an idea of, in the context of video games globally, what was the good ones and what was the bad ones. That's the first reason I put the rating system in. Second reason is for controversy, because I really just want people to talk about it. And if you put a rating system in, more people are going to talk about the game. If you say, it's 3 stars and they go 3 stars, that's ridiculous. Here's why. And so I knew I could get more people to talk about a rating system. So the way it works is, if it's 1 star, it's actually the 5-star rating system is you asking yourself the question, what do you think about the game? A 1 star or around the 1-star range is the game broken? That'd be the 1-star range. The 2-star range is if the game is bad. So if you tell yourself that game's bad, it's around the 2-star range, 1.5, 2, somewhere around there. If the game's average, like an average game for 1981 or whatever year we're on, or the time period we're on, that would be around the 3-star range. If it's a very good game or an excellent game, that's the 4-star range. And if it's one of the best games you could play at that time, then it's a 5-star game. So we're putting ourselves as if we're in that time period and then doing the rating there. It's not based on anything contemporary. It's just everything else we've seen. So for example, if I come across a video game that has a mechanic I've never seen, I'm cranking that rating up because this is incredible. A great example is skiing on the CoCo. We've never seen a first-person skiing game ever for any of the other games we've seen on the channel. So when I saw the skiing on the CoCo, I'm like, this is way up there. I gave it 4.5 stars because it's an experience that is kind of similar to Battlezone. It's a first-person, like almost in a virtual reality.
With rolling hills and the whole bit, like not just it's straight forward. Yeah,
it's great. Now we obviously can't rate handhelds based on other other systems like the arcade. So when we rate the games, we're rating them based on what you could play them or how you could play them. So everything in the arcade would be based on the other arcade games. So if I see a space game that I play in the arcade, I'm going to rate that based on the other arcade games. If you went to an arcade or were able to go to an arcade in 1981, how is that going to be compared to the other arcade games you could play? We play Galaga in the arcade. How does that compare to Frogger that also came out around the same time? I wouldn't be rating Galaga on something you could play on the Atari at home, basically.
So the basic 4 categories you're rating within that category,
right?
So that has included the home consoles and the home computers too.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. So like we all know the arcade game, you can put in the PCB and as much memory or whatever you need to run to make the game work. And so most of the stuff we see in the arcades is going to be much better than we can get anywhere else. So whenever I pick up a handheld and we play a handheld on the show, I'm only comparing all the handhelds we've seen up to this point. Milton Bradley Microvision has interchangeable cartridges, and they put a game in that you can play in the palm of your hand. I'm going to rate it on everything else you could play only in the palm of your hand. When Coleco Pac-Man came out, it would be one of the best handhelds you could play at that time compared to all the other handhelds at the time. And then the same for computers. So it's been really tricky with computers because the hardware is so different on so many different systems. A great example is the ZX81 in Europe. I had mostly seen text games, and then we start playing Mazogs, which is so cool on there it is, love it, on the ZX81. And so when we play the game, I tell everybody, if we were only playing and rating ZX81 games, Mazogs would be one of the best games you could play on the ZX81, bar none of all the games we played. But because we're comparing it to every other computer you could play. So if you had the luxury or the ability in 1981 to take every computer and put them all in your home, that's kind of what we're seeing. What we're rating them on is Mazogs wouldn't be the best of the best game ever. There's other games on the computer you could or micro that you could play. So it's be contained in that category of computers, basically.
And do you put much credence to graphics and sound? We're kind of talking earlier about how modern games have kind of settled on genres type thing, but like in your rating system, how much of that would be based on like graphics and sound within the category, and how much would be based on the fun of gameplay or the innovativeness of something new that they've added? I would assume that the last two would be weighted a bit more than the graphics and sound, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, the way the game plays, the gameplay is the top thing. And by that, it's also the fun. How fun is it to play this game? Whenever I first started to get into video games, I enjoyed, and the draw for me, because my wife asks me all the time, why are you doing this? Why are you into this? But the
we all get that, by the way.
the draw for me of playing video games is you are in control of something on the screen, and you are doing something to influence what's happening on the screen, and how that plays out, and how it makes you have a good time or have fun is the biggest draw. So the graphics and the sound obviously has some part of the rating to it. Like, for example, the very first time we saw a horizontally scrolling game back in the 70s, there's a game called Superbug in the arcade. It was the very first game we had ever seen that is scrolling around and moving as if implying there is more road outside the screen you're playing on. So it makes you think of, hey, wait, the car I can move up here and it keeps driving to the top, rather than playing like Sprint in the arcade, which is you look top down at the racetrack's all on one screen. And so when I saw Superbug, I'm like, now, while graphics aren't everything, it is adding to the gameplay, because it makes you realize you're seeing that the game knows there's more outside the screen than just what you see on one screen. And so whenever we get something with graphics or audio that's different, it does come into play, because if it enhances the gameplay experience and makes it more fun to play.
Okay. And so our understanding here is that the fun factor is the number one criteria for the score, the rating that you give it. Where would innovation be? Like if they do something brand new you've never seen before versus, say, graphics and sound? I'm assuming innovation's higher on that list as well.
Yeah. And if we have something that, I guess it depends on how innovative it is, because we came across some games on the Atari home computer by Crystalware. They are implementing and doing things that are extremely innovative, almost to the point that it's almost too complex and causes some bugs in the game. But I do take that into account, and I remember that. But if it's not very fun, if it's innovative but it doesn't make the gameplay better, like for example, one of Crystalware's games was Fantasyland 2041 AD. They made it so that you were able to get on a ship and sail a ship around, and then get off the ship and go on the mainland. But the way they made it, the way they incorporated the gameplay was kind of clunky. So the idea of, hey, I have a character that I'm moving around top down, and I can get on a ship and go sail somewhere and go somewhere else. In theory, it sounds really good, but the way that it's implemented in the game isn't very isn't fun enough, or isn't good enough to merit the innovation, if that makes sense.
So they had a good idea, but they didn't implement it properly.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And that was my next question, was kind of along the same lines about innovative but failures. Like they might have tried something brand new, never tried, but nobody ever did it afterwards because it actually just didn't work.
Right.
Which, I mean, in the early stages of the chronological era there that you're in right now, that probably is happening a fair bit.
Yes, we see a lot of games that look awesome, or the idea is really cool. Like, oh man, they thought of that all the way back in 1981. But then you have to wait a long time. Either the loading's bad, or it's just not programmed as well as it could be. That's also another factor, because if you play a game and you realize that the system could be doing better or faster or performing better because of the way it was programmed, then like a good example is on the Apple II. I couldn't believe when I saw Phantoms 5 by Nasir Nabelli that he has a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up with the screen scrolling across. It was amazing. It made me realize, wait, you can do that with the Apple II? I couldn't believe it. So when we played another game on the Apple II, that was a scrolling shoot 'em up, and it was more tile based, and the screen's moving like this. I'm like, no, I know the Apple II can do more or better than that. The designer obviously was Nasir Nabelli is incredible, but
he's incredible.
Yeah. So I just knew that the system could perform better than that.
Yeah.
For that example.
So listen, don't you have an appreciation for how hardware is also gone up and up in quality, along with, like, the CoCo 3 came out and it wasn't totally backward compatible, but it had so much better stuff in it. Do you see that across lines of computers that, sometimes they try to advance and they'd leave behind some of the old stuff because they couldn't emulate, couldn't keep some of the modes or stuff wouldn't work on the newer stuff. I mean, that's all hardware based. It has nothing to do with the software so much, but we have that with the CoCo 3 where, there are some games we can't play or some things you can't use on the CoCo 3 that was made for the 1 and 2. I mean,
great question. You're talking about like video modes, like when you change hardware, you can't have the same video modes as you did before.
Yeah, where sometimes they have to break some backwards compatibility in order to get the chip count down. Or
do you see a lot of that?
Yeah, so far we haven't seen a lot. I know we are later because on Commodore we're going to have that when they go from system to system, the 128, the +4, and all. They're going to get rid of like the 80 column mode and video modes where you can't have as much high resolution text games and things like that. I know that's going to come up, but I know that I've thought about this hardware wise. I'm not going to try to get into as much detail with hardware. Kind of the reason why I didn't say that we go from the Atari VCS, and then the Atari VCS turns into the Atari 5200, and then there's other models of the VCS that change a little bit, but not as much of the hardware. So with home computers, I know with IBM PC, we're going to be changing. The hardware is going to go through so many iterations. We're going to have custom built IBM PCs, and it's going to go to like the Tandy systems. But I wasn't going to focus as much on the hardware side or explain as much of the hardware side. When it comes to the game, and we have a game that changes or a game that doesn't display as well as it could because of what video mode they decided to go with on that computer. I'm gonna mention it on the show, but I'm not gonna really be hitting on as much of the hardware side. It's more of what you see and how the game is playing, and then we compare it to everything else we've seen with the other games that are around at the time. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Or did I answer the question correctly?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, you'd be hitting that a fair bit. I mean, you go like the C64 or the VIC-20 to the C64, for example. I mean, that was one that was a pretty big jump, and not backwards pedal, or the PET to the VIC-20, for example. That's completely different, except for maybe some Petsky stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense.
Exile in Paradise had a question about how many of the thousands of Star Trek games are you going to cover? Is that going to have a dedicated segment, or
all of them will be covered?
That's a whole sideshow.
Exactly, it's a whole channel.
You brought up a good point about hardware, though. Going back to what we had before, when I first covered my very first Commodore PET game ever on the show, I pointed out how I'm going to call it the Commodore PET, but there is at least 15 other models of the Commodore PET that I'm aware of. And since we're playing games all over the world, I'm letting everybody know that before the game's played, I'm not going to be telling you what model I'm playing on or the reason why. So whenever we play a game, I'm just going to keep it simple to say we're playing on the Commodore PET. We're not playing on the Commodore PET 3601. Like the specific model of it, but I'm aware of the other models. I'm just not gonna focus as much on the hardware side. Same thing with when we played the console. The Philips Video Pack came out first, which is the European version of the Magnavox Odyssey 2. And so there's other models of the Philips Video Pack that were in Europe in different regions. Germany had their own model. France had their own model. And so whenever we're playing the games all over the world, just to keep it simple, I'm just going to say Philips Video Pack instead of the specific model for that region.
Yeah, that'd be like us with the CoCo 1 and 2, which are essentially, aside from keyboards, like, cosmetic stuff or hardware, shrinking it down to a smaller case, but playing wise, it's pretty well identical. Yeah, the TDP 100, which is a Tandy distributor products that was their attempting to sell outside of Radio Shack stores, which briefly lived on, but that's basically a CoCo 1 F board model with a slightly different case. So that's the same type of thing. You don't have to differentiate between any of those.
Yeah. So whenever
CoCo 3 is a different beast. That's a completely different machine, basically. But
right. So whenever we do play like the color computer, I'm just going to say we're playing on the color computer. At this time, you could have had the CoCo 2. Like I'll just have a brief little snippet that because of where we are, this could be the CoCo 2, but the main banner is just going to say
Yeah, fall
Color computer.
1983. In case you haven't researched it already. Anyway.
Okay, here's an oddball. Are you going to cover Tandy like Model 100, 102, and Kyocera and the games they had?
Every single game on those systems, yes. It's not going to be called the Tandy 1000 though. Like I mentioned this
100.
or 100. We're going to be playing every game, but I'm going to just say DOS, PC DOS or MS DOS. So the hardware is won't be the showcase. It'll be the game more. Well, when we first came across when the IBM PC or in PC DOS first came out in 81, I just said, here's MS DOS, but it's really not MS DOS yet. But everything that's PC booter, MS DOS compatible, PC DOS compatible, IBM, like they're all just going to be, I'm just going to say MS DOS and then say you could have this system or it could be the Tandy 1000 at the time.
Well, Tandy graphics was huge though.
Yeah, well, that was actually the IBM PC Junior. I mean, the sound and the graphics came from the PC Junior, which of course,
but better. But Ron was talking about the Model 100.
Yeah,
the
little LCD screen.
The ones the reporters all use, the little 8-line LCD screen, the keyboard built right in, modem built in.
I don't think people bought that to play games on anyway. So
there's a few though. I mean, the Amigos actually covered a couple games on it here on one of their ARG Presents shows.
Yeah, if it has games, then we're playing it.
Yeah. Wow. That's not till 83 though, so you got some time.
Yes. I'm already scared for 83. If 82 is
83 is huge. Yeah. I mean, that was the video game crash, but it was the home computer breakout, basically. So,
and when Japan takes over, Japan's already. It's really interesting seeing in 1981 how Japan reacts to video games in the computer space. There's even an article. Did you check out that episode where I was reading in Softline magazine? Bill Budge went to Japan, and there's an article about his review of programmers in Japan in 1981, how they're shunned, they're looked down upon because it's just fun in games. If you're a programmer for applications, then it's a little bit higher up. But it blew me away that the article said that, because it made me think of, I want to go back in time and talk to Shigeru Miyamoto. You just made Donkey Kong. Do you mean your parents don't like you because you're a video game
frittering your life away playing these silly games?
Yes.
Which reminds me, couldn't you also, after this is all over, when you're an old man, couldn't you start with applications?
Well, that's a good point too. I have to put some limit on which is a game and which is an application, because I know like when screensavers start coming out, or I want to show screensavers, and we've already had several games that are really close, like drawing programs. CoCo had what was the name of the
Micro Painter or
Art
Gallery, one of those?
Art Gallery, that's what it was. And so I will give a small little snippet of it, because they're also on consoles, because at this time they're kind of blending what's a computer and what's a console. I mean, the Bally Astrocade and the
Odyssey 2 was actually marketed that way because they had a keyboard.
Yeah, because they had a keyboard. It's a computer too. So there's lots of applications that are cartridges that are usually part of the same library of games. And so there are some that I show, but very, very shortly, like the drawing program on the APF Imagination machine, or Doodle that's on Bally Astrocade. So I show a little bit, but I'm not going into all applications because that's even bigger. I'm prefacing it's got to be a video game.
You'll have to get some sidekicks to split off their own shows to do that, I think.
That's right.
Our audio analyzer was pretty cool for the day it came out.
Yeah, well, like VisiCalc. I would have talked about VisiCalc because it was basically the killer app of the Apple II, but I didn't do that.
It was.
When you have these games that have a boss mode or a boss key, you hit a key and it brings up a spreadsheet.
Oh, yeah, it brings up a spreadsheet or word processor or something like that. Oh, of course, then you have what was it that was embedded in that one version of Excel, 95 or 98 or something, where it actually had a flight simulator built in if you punched in a certain formula in the right spot, and it would actually kick into a 3D flight simulator flying around. Like, no wonder I want to know about those.
I do want to know about those. If they have hidden games within the application, that'd be cool to show.
Excel definitely does. that particular version. I don't remember which one. Rick, I don't know if you remember.
You don't cover cheats, do you?
Well, we haven't had as many cheats, but I haven't been covering those because when we boot up the game, we play a little bit of it, get kind of the feel of how the game is and how to run it. But I'm trying to work that out, because eventually we're going to get games where you want to show you want to show what it's famous for. So when we played Adventure on the Atari VCS, I showed the Easter egg. I wanted to show off that, but I don't know if we'll be able to show every cheat.
Oh, the other
especially
thing,
adventure games and RPGs. I mean, those are huge. So I mean, that's like several months of playing the one game, and you definitely don't have time for that. Sorry, go ahead, Rob.
are you going to cover anything about copy protection?
We have lots.
Have you?
Yeah,
Oh,
a lot
yes.
of the broken by screens.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of the games I'm getting on Apple II and Atari, they usually have a cracked by screen to play. And what's really funny is the first time we played Adventureland by Scott Adams, I played the wrong version. I played the Scott Adams graphic adventure game, which at the time I didn't know there was a difference. So when I played it on the Apple II, the Scott Adams graphic adventure game, or the Saga series, starts with a splash screen of Scott Adams explaining the pirate community and how you shouldn't copy pirated software. And it goes through, I think, 10 slides of a presentation of why you shouldn't copy the material. So it was really funny. And every time we play a game, yes, we have talked about the copy protection, and we've even experienced it because we get some games that are not cracked, and I'm not aware of it until we do it live on the show. And I boot up the game, and it says you need the code to enter to move forward, or there's a puzzle very difficult, and especially with text adventure games. And so we've talked about the reason why we can't get any further than this is because you need to have the paperwork, but I couldn't find any scans online. There's no manuals available online, and just sadly you can't get past that without that info.
Yeah, because some of them used to have that thing like turn to page 34 and type in word 5 of paragraph 6 to continue.
Yes. Oh yeah, we haven't even seen that yet, but we will have those on the channel. Yeah, I'm actually excited for those.
Now, don't you think there's a bunch of guys in the world that spent their time trying to find programs that they can crack? I mean, just that as a
I know some of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, there was a guy that reached out on my CoCo Games page a long time ago, because I've always put up, if I get a cracked game screen, because that's the only way I can get good screenshots, I usually put in, please email me if you've got some clean shots or if you have a copy of the game that's cracked, but not, obliterated credits, etc. And another guy contacted me, says, I'm doing the opposite. I want to get a list of all the CoCo cracked ones. I want to get a list of all the nicknames they had and, which rings of people did what. And he was looking for more crack games. I don't know if he's done anything with it since, but I gave him what, few I had. But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Is there a trend to have a pirate character? Showing
there was back in the 80s. I mean, Steve Jobs is rather famous for creating the whole pirate section of Apple to work on the Mac.
Yes,
when he split off from the Lisa, when he got pulled off the Lisa project. Yeah, they had a pirate flag flying over their building.
I didn't know that one. That's awesome.
Yeah, there's even pictures of them with the pirate flag on the wall when they were developing the Mac in like 82, 83-ish. Mark probably knows more about this than I do, but
yeah, there's a great website called folklore.org that was run by, I think it was Andy Hertzfeld, set it up. It's got great stories about all that stuff.
Yeah, and he was one of the guys working there at the time, so he knows about it.
It was all the inside stuff. Mark Siegel said, are you going to be covering game controllers? Mark Siegel, of course, is
I had considered that because when you deal with everything digital, I really wanted to have more physical. So before I kick this off, my first dream was I want to buy all the controllers. So whenever I get on the show, I know, yeah, I'm watching Curtis laugh. Before I get on the show and I start to play a game, I say, here it is. So I can show it on the camera. Well, when I saw people taking the formula that I had dreamt of doing of every game in order, but people were starting to do little pieces of it. Like let's do just consoles, or we got Greg Seward, who's now doing all the Sega Genesis in order of release, and people are doing Nintendo in order of release. When I saw more and more people trying to do something chronologically, I'm like, I gotta go. I don't have time to buy the controllers. I need to get this off the road now and get started with it, because I realized I had all the games and research for the 70s and the early 80s down. And I was like, let's do this. Let's get it started now. And so I did not get a chance to showcase the controller. So I do show the controllers, and I've even had to explain how I'm playing some of the games, like the Fairchild. Channel F has a really advanced hand controller. And so I ended up just pantomiming. Here's the handle. You have the knob on top.
Yeah, and you can turn it
and you can turn it, and it goes up and down. Yeah. So I've had to pantomime and then show pictures of the controller. But my first dream was I wanted to show it on the camera. This is what I'm playing, as if I was playing on that.
Yeah. I mean, just looking like how many innovative controls, like I said, the early 80s was the Wild West. We had like track balls. I have one. We had the deluxe joystick, the free floating one, pistol grip, red ball, phaser light gun adapters and stuff for like the Master System, paddle controllers, light pens. I mean, that's a whole dark hole you can go down. That could be a whole chronologically.
We talk about all of them. I got schooled from one of the videos where we were playing in the arcade. Oh man, I don't remember what it was, but I called it a paddle controller, but it wasn't referred to as that. It's called a spinner, the spinner arcade controller. So someone told me no, that's
like Tempest or something, or
say that again,
like Tempest or something.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Tempest. It was it was another game that involved you controlling how far an artillery is being fired, and I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But I kept calling it paddle because I'm used to on the Atari VCS, but they called it a spinner.
Yeah, well, I remember there was stuff like I actually had one. There's one you strapped to your wrist and had a little roller ball to detect where it was. So you'd actually would rotate your wrist back and forth.
Oh, cool!
To steer. There was a surfboard one that came out in the early 80s. I was on the Commodore and a few others too, where it actually was literally a board that you put on your floor and you tilt and steer yourself
they have
around
that one
way.
too. That's a really good point, or really, really good question, because when I play the game, if the game requires a certain controller, then I will talk about that controller. But like, for example, like the Activision pad, you don't have to have the Activision pad. So I most likely won't be bringing it up on the show because it's again in that realm of hardware. I'm going to focus mostly on just the games. So you could play the Sega Activator with Street Fighter, but I'm just going to play Street Fighter and explain what you would be, just explain how you would play it normally on the show when I get to it, in 2085 or whenever that is.
Do you guys remember Twister, where you put the mat down?
Oh yeah.
It's still around.
What was that hooked to, or whatever?
The original game had nothing attached to it. It was just like a board game.
Oh,
honor system.
I thought maybe it was connected to a video that, they could do that, I guess.
Yeah, well, they have the power pad that was for Nintendo that hooks up to and it looks like a twister mat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Our electronic book on the CoCo was kind of like that, except it was done on a page sheet, but you would, hit the big numbers there and you would read it through the joystick port. I think one of the best parts of your show is when you find a hidden gem, and you've actually had a few of those recently, where you're playing a game, you don't have really big expectations because it's something you've never heard of, maybe by a company you've never heard of, whether it's arcade or home console or home computer or whatever. And then you're absolutely stunned by how innovative or fun or whatever it is. And I mean, I've gone through that just doing my webpage too. I've discovered some games that I didn't have in my old piracy days. That I've discovered far after and go, why didn't I have this one then? I could have traded off 100 of these other ones. I'm just wondering, of all the ones you've done up to this point, and it doesn't matter what platform, like just out of all time, basically, I'll ask you about CoCo one specifically later. But which games have really stood out for you? Maybe a top couple, 3 to 5 or something like that. And then also which hardware platforms have really surprised you that you thought, maybe from hearing about them in the past that, they're kind of substandard and whatever else for the time, but they've actually done something really cool that you weren't expecting.
Yeah, so I'm going to my list so I don't have to remember. I have a link that I don't know if you'll include down below, but I made a Google Sheet spreadsheet of every single game, the rating, what country it's from, and then a link so you can go right to that game. So if you want to see, you talked about Gorf in the arcade. You want to see what Gorf is like, or you just click right to it. So the very first hidden gem was the Black Sage for the Apple II.
Someone's calling somebody.
Oh, do you hear it in the background?
Yeah.
That's okay. We have that. As you know, my cat was doing that too. So
yeah, you bet. The first one I found was the Black Sage for the Apple II. It was a blast. Couldn't believe that there was a game like this. And it surprised me because I hadn't seen anything else like it. It was like a multi-user dungeon, but made for one person. So it was like a single-user dungeon, a SUD instead of a MUD. And I had never heard anything about the game, and found out later there's only 2 or 3 other games that follow this format. So that was the a hidden gem, but then we also had Fracas was another one that was a surprise. It is a roguelike where you have a party of up to, I think, 8 people, where you can take turns hot seat style in front of the computer, playing a role-playing game like Rogue, but it's spread across like a even larger map than we'd ever seen before. And you make decisions and fights and stuff like that. And it's like the first Rogue, or Apple, Beneath Apple Manor. It has like 1 pixel to represent you. But the scope of that blew me away. That was another one that was very surprising. And let me see what else. I'm looking at my top. Oh yeah, Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. That was another one that was surprising to me. They made a game for the Atari home computer that allowed you to play a role-playing game using the Atari joystick, and you just need 1 joystick, 1 button, and you can play a role-playing game. And they have you. It's even impressive that the manual says you don't need to read the rest of this manual. Put the manual away. The game is that easy to play, and it was true. I boot the game up, and I could do it all on an Atari joystick, where I'm moving a player around top-down view, and you can go through all the menus using your joystick. You hold the red button down, and it explains it all on the screen. The user interface was way ahead of its time. It was even enjoyable today. Not because whenever I go on the show, I put myself in that position of what we've seen so far. And it's just 1981 where we are right now, and pretend like that's it. That's all we've ever seen, and not compare things to nowadays.
More modern, yeah.
Right.
And this one you said was actually fun enough that you would consider it fun even today with everything that's come since. So
yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
And then of course, well, there's some that are just obvious, like Eastern Front 1941. That was another one that's incredible. That's by Chris Crawford, one of his first games he ever did. And then we have, I'm trying to think of the ones that aren't popular, because the obvious easy ones, Frogger, Galaga, like all the ones everyone knows.
Well, they wouldn't be a hidden gem; they'd be an obvious gem.
Yes,
a glowing in the dark gem.
I now refer to them, because hidden gems use so much. I call them diamonds in the rough, when I had not heard anything about them and had no information until I played it for the first time. Another one is Ghost Hunter. That one was the best way to play Pac-Man that I've ever seen. It's a maze game like Pac-Man on the Atari home computer, but it has more game modes than anything we'd seen for playing Pac-Man. You have competitive play, 2 players at the same time playing Pac-Man. You can even have people controlling the ghosts in Ghost Hunter, so you could play as the enemy and then attack. I mean, it's like it did way more than Pac-Man should have done, and it was 1981. That was really impressive. Just going through again, I got a list.
Has there been a particular old computer that wasn't that popular that you've been really surprised with some of the quality of the games they had?
Oh yeah, the TI-99. But it depends on, everyone has their own first system. So while I'll say it's the obscure computer, doesn't mean it's obscure for everybody. But I was impressed with the TI-99, and I was impressed with the color computer. I was not familiar with the TRS-80 color computer until doing this show. So when I first had showcased and prepared all the games, I only had like for the launch of the CoCo, I think I even had it incorrect. I put it at the end of the year because I didn't have a Curtis to tell me what the actual release date was. Mm-hmm. And whenever I started playing the color computer games, I was amazed by those too. So I'd say TI-99 and color computer were ones I was not familiar with, but I was able to experience some of the games. The big one was the big one that was the slap in the face was Dino Wars. When I played Dino Wars, compared to all the other home computer games, Dino Wars is in a breed of its own. There's sprites, there's scaling on a computer at this point. It blew my mind.
Yeah, that's actually a strange one too, because that's one that there's no gray area whether you like that game or not. Either you hate it or you really love it. And I know younger kids tend to really love it. We've had like some of the developers like Rick Adams, who you'll hit some of his games in 82, 83, 84 type thing. But him and his cadre of friends that were doing programming professionally for Tandy at the time for some of their games, they would use the Dino Wars cartridge because they hated the game, and they'd swap the ROM out with the game they were submitting to Radio Shack and send that. Like it's I don't know why that one is so polarizing. I did send you some of the background thing where Robert Kilgus, the author of it, was mentioning when I was interviewing him via email that him and his wife would record them doing roars and stuff like that, and then shift the pitch up and stuff like that. So yeah, there was a lot of fun in that one.
Jeff, one other thing, like with the color computer, we still have people making software, and it's games generally, and it seems to be that they're coming up with more innovative things that we never had back in the 80s when the color computer first came out. And it's kind of like pushing the edge. Like I think Nick Marenti's, his latest games are maybe like that, where he has smooth scrolling and, he's doing really awesome work. And it just doesn't seem like we realized that the computer could do that type of thing. And is that happening across the board with other machines?
Oh yeah, I see that. And on that note, you make a really good point, because as I've researched other computers all over the world, there's always the fans that are still making games for them now. And so I thought it was like consoles. A console has its first release, and then they stop making games, and that's it. There's no more games. So when I first went into this, I thought there was nothing else. But I found with every single home computer, there always has more software. There's always more games. So on that note, I've thought to myself, how am I going to continue with all this stuff after the life of the system? Because obviously everything's going to get more and more exponential. If you go past the 80s, that means I'll be in the 90s still playing all the computers from the 80s with the newer software. And so it's a really tricky concept, but I have seen where I'll play a game on a computer and expect that's what that computer is capable of. And then a few episodes later, I'll go further in playing games, and then something comes up. I've never seen that before. Can't believe the computer can do that. A great example is the ZX81. We played the games when it was first released, and then we get to this year, 1981, and the games are coming out. I'm like, wait a second, how's the ZX81 doing this?
Yeah, I think every even home consoles, I mean, they're still producing Atari 2600 games, etc. too.
Yes, thanks to Atari Age.
But yeah, I think part of that is that the programmers themselves, if they decide to stick with it, or even if they come back to the hobby afterwards, they've learned so many programming techniques since, learned the limits of the hardware. Excuse me. That you perpetually can keep improving. And Nick Marentes, who's on the panel here, has done that with a lot of CoCo 3 stuff, even CoCo 1 and 2 stuff now.
You make a good point. Whenever we played the Commodore VIC-20 around the time it was first released, you mentioned how it was kind of harsh on the rating because it's a pretty good Space Invaders game that just came out for someone who is getting used to the hardware. And that's a really good point, because when the games first released, like the IBM games we're seeing, they're terrible. All the ones for the IBM PC, because they're not used to the hardware. And then the same when a game is first coming out, we're going to see it in 82 when the ZX Spectrum comes out. We're not going to get the best games to come out for that system. And then what else is the big one next year? In 82 is the
ColecoVision 82.
Yes, ColecoVision. That's right. Yeah. So whenever a system is first coming out, and I should say computers, not consoles. Consoles usually they get a handle a bit faster, but when computer first comes out, we're not going to see the best games. And it really does impress me though whenever I'm researching the computers, like you were saying with the CoCo, and I find out what they're making now. It's incredible. It really shows people becoming familiar with the hardware, and that blend of technical ability and creativity. It's impressive.
Yeah. Now we've covered a lot of the hidden gems here, like for various systems, etc. Now I'm going to go the opposite tack here. What are some of the ones and I know I've encountered this in the CoCo world itself, where you get a lot of hype about a certain game, and you think, oh, this is going to be great, and then you finally get a copy of it, and then you go, oh God, this isn't that good at all. What are the most underwhelming, most overrated games that you've hit on any particular console?
Oh, good question. We were not screened before this interview, so being put on the spot. At this point, I've played or checked out about 1,200 games on the channel, and there is games that I heard about that are good, and let me think of the ones that were underwhelming.
You've already forgotten about them.
That's why I'm keeping a list, so I don't have to remember.
Because I know, like back in the days of Rainbow Magazine, instead on the CoCo, you'd see a screenshot on an ad, and you go, "Wow, that looks awesome!" And then you get it, and like you said, it's tile based, and looks like a kid programmed it in BASIC or something like that.
Or it's really slow.
Yeah. We do on the channel show advertisement flyers or ads.
And so TV commercials and stuff, yeah.
And TV commercials, yeah. So we'll show the commercial of what the game looks like, or the ad of what it looks like, or what you saw before the game came out, and then we just go right into the game and play it afterwards. I'd say some of the underwhelming ones was when we get the ad for Bally Astrocade, and then we play the game and the frame rate is subpar, or what they capture on what they show that the game is supposed to be with like a picture, but then you play the game and because the frame rate's bad or the controls lag, it's disappointing. And so for Bally Astrocade, I would say it had some of the games that weren't the best. Okay, here's another one. When we played on the Intellivision, the ad for Astro Battle, which is the Intellivision's version of, or not Astro Battle, it's the Intellivision's version of Space Invaders. And we saw the ad for it, and it looked like an excellent version of Space Invaders. And I started to play the game, and I rated it so low. It was very disappointing because at this point, we had seen Space Invaders on the Atari. We'd seen Space Invaders clones on computers, and they had different game modes, variations. They changed the formula up, made it more exciting or different. And the Intellivision Space Invaders variant was bare bones. It had color, but it was only one player. And the same for Bally Astrocade. Their version of Space Invaders, which was Astro Battle, it was the Bally Astrocade has 4 controllers, and they made the game one player. It's not even 2 players simultaneous. We've seen 2 player Space Invaders simultaneous. So those would be examples of underwhelming games that look impressive, but then I play it, and I'd say the biggest thing is when the frame rate drops or when the controls aren't good. Whenever it lags, you move something in the direction and it doesn't respond. So
yeah, because at that point you're losing the fun factor because it's irritating.
Yes. I want to call out more games though, because now you got me thinking about it. What are the other ones that were underwhelming when I played it? Atari home computer. So the Atari 800, I got trying to find it. It was another one by Crystalware because they promised so much, and then I played the game and realized, oh, it's not going very well, or it doesn't work very well. Let's see.
Ken Riker in the chat is mentioning one that I remember was so hyped up when it first came out back in the day, and it turned out to be crap, was the Atari 2600 Pac-Man, which I don't think you've hit yet, but...
No, we haven't. We're going to hit it, though, beginning or pretty soon next year, 1982. Okay, I remember what it was. Yep, it was Forgotten Island. So Forgotten Island for the Atari 800 was looked impressive, but then whenever I played it, it didn't really hit all the marks.
And then, of course, I'll ask you the same on the CoCo. I mean, you've had a very limited scope of the CoCo so far because basically the launch was September, October of 1980 and 81. I mean, third-party stuff didn't start coming out till February. I think it was the very first one. So there's not a lot, and people are learning the new chips and stuff too. So what are your high and low points out of those so far?
The first one, like I mentioned before, was a smack in the face of Dino Wars when I realized that I'm playing what actually is funny because I played it 2 times. The first time I didn't realize what was happening because I didn't think I had even control of the dinosaurs. I thought it was an educational title. And then whenever I played it again, I realized, wait a second, this is like Primal Rage back in 1980. It's 2 dinosaurs fighting. There's even health bars. And when I realized what was happening, you roar and you try to trip them up and you can move forward and backward in the background. I thought that was really impressive. And then the other one was skiing. Skiing for that we've checked out this year is it's I didn't think it was possible to have that kind of sprite scaling. Who is that? Is that Mike Potter? Who's the one that, or is Robert
Robert Kilkus?
Helios, yeah. So programming that and doing even the slopes up and down, and where you can even stop, you can lean back and just move left and right across the screen. I think you even mentioned in the chat how you can just go off off the rails if you want to, far away from the course.
And what about the crowd at the end?
And the crowd, yes, the crowd scales in too. Yeah. That was way too impressive, and that'd be for any computer game, because we've seen a few people dabble with like wireframe or 3D graphics, but no one's tried to hit on something that impressive. We've even seen on the TRS-80, not the CoCo, but the TRS-80 has their version of Battlezone, which I forget the name off the top of my head.
Armored Patrol or something like that?
That's right. Yeah, Armored Patrol. Yep. And that was just impressive that the TRS-80 did that. So I guess you could add that to the list of a game you couldn't believe whenever you played it.
Yeah, that one impressed me. I remember a guy at school had a Model 3, I think, at the time, and he showed me that. I was like, I didn't think a TRS-80 Model 1 or 3 could do that either. And Nick Moretti, so he's on our panel here from Australia. He's primarily a CoCo programmer now and has been since about 84, but he started on the Model 1 and 3, and he's had a couple hit games on that platform that you'll be hitting in the 80s too. So
awesome.
If you have any questions for him, now you've got your contact.
Yeah, great.
Assuming Nick's still awake right now.
I'm still awake. Still
okay.
here.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask you a bit on the preparation for the show. So about how long did you do research, getting facts ready and finding manuals and downloading stuff before you actually launched the show? Like, was this months or was this weeks or?
Well, I've been amassing and collecting. I would say the research has happened once I lost most of the physical. So I'd started doing it and collecting and researching since, when was that? About 2005. So I've been going and trying to get scans and going to different databases and finding as much information as I can for a certain system to collect for it. And so 2005 has been since then just getting more and more and bigger. Whenever I decided to do the show, I went even harder because this was just a hobby, having fun on the side doing it. And then I started to go even farther, researching, trying to get as much as I could. And now that I do the show, the original formula was I wanted to react to it. So I have Launchbox. I wanted to have Launchbox do the filter, and then it tells me what the next game is, and I don't know. So I experience what the next game is with everybody else. And nowadays I have switched it up because I started to find too many games crashing.
Yeah, you want to make sure they work first.
Yes. So I'm now making sure that they work correctly before we go on the live show. So it's not a complete reaction. When I do have guests, though, the guests are they come on and they don't know what to expect. But part of the draw of the show is you're getting lumped into a certain year and you're getting to experience what came out, what was the newest release. We're going to see that a lot when we get to 1982, because I've now spent the last 2 years, Curtis, went on 1982. So I had prepared and got all this stuff ready, and then I just kind of said, just go, start the show. But with 1982, I worked really hard to make it as accurate as possible, finding the release date. So I've gotten a little more stickler on when they came out, and I had to use some like common sense. Like, for example, the ZX Spectrum comes out in April, or people say, sources sometimes say April 23rd. You know, you could go back and forth on the exact date, but if I know that the Spectrum came out in April 23rd, then I know that when people say the games for the Spectrum came out in 1982, but they don't know where in 1982, I know by common sense it couldn't have been released in January, February, or March. So I use kind of like clues like that to help me out. And then I also have been just browsing magazine publication after magazine publication, articles of when they say it was available. So whether or not it's true or not, I'm trying to find the first available release date, so that whenever we play a game, it's getting as close as it can to the other releases at the time, so that we're kind of comparing what's happening rather than lumping them all at the end, saying they were released at some point. I wanted, if I could, I'd want to experience 1982 in order, every game exactly when the release date is, so you can have a really good idea of that context.
Yeah. And actually finding your channel some months ago is what spurred me to get back into my timeline on my site too, because I started that years ago, and I did 1980 because it was like 6 games, and then I started doing 1981, and then just like, oh, it's too much research, and
Yes.
But now that you've actually spurred me to help you, and I've been trying to get as many release dates as I can, it's actually helped me get my own site. So it's a double purpose here. I'm kind of doing it for my own self, but it's kind of the kick in the ass I needed to get back onto it. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. You've been a really big help getting the CoCo releases down. And it's helped me try to find magazine publications to get the articles, because I'll find an ad. It'll say, you know, like the Atari 800 has a game that's available in July of 1982. But then I'll find another magazine publication that also says it's going to be available in June. So what I'm doing is I'm just picking what's the earliest that someone says it was available to buy or purchase, and then use that to hopefully get them the most accurate release date.
So you're in 82 still?
I'm in
81.
1981, finishing
81.
up playing all the games we couldn't find a definite release date for in alphabetical order.
Okay,
And you're on the S's.
I was going to ask you what you thought of the MC10, but that's further along yet. And I suppose you
that's fall
any
of
idea
80,
what it's like.
Summer of 83, I think that comes out, doesn't it?
I think a lot of those ads and the release dates were, we hope it's out by then.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I've hit that. And there's some that had really long delays, like Dungeons of Daggerath. I mean, the copyright date, if you look on the screenshot of the the game when it starts up, is 1982, which is when they originally programmed it.
Yep.
But then Tandy said, this is too big. It's going to require a 16K prom, and we don't want to pay for that. So drop it down to 8K, then we'll sell it. And that actually took them months, because it was over 9K, and they had to like crunch the game down 12.5% in size, cut pieces out, decide what to cut out. So yeah, they ended up being delayed. I think it didn't actually go on sale until July of 83, so like 6 months later. So it's hard to pin those down sometimes.
It's been very, very difficult. Whenever I come across a game and I think that the release date is a certain date, it frustrates the hell out of me. Whenever someone says from their publication it's going to come out in 82, and then someone says no, it's 83. And one of the big ones was Warren Robinette's Adventure on the VCS. Because Warren Robinette has a story of when he says it came out, but then Atari says it was this date, but then the manual says this date, and so it's like Warren Adventure could have come out 1978, 1979, or 1980. So it could have been any one of those years if you look at everything on the internet. But that's not the only.
I wish
game.
I could remember, because I remember a friend of mine got it at launch. I wish I could remember what year that was. I was still in elementary school, so it would have been mid 80 or earlier, but that doesn't really help you between 79 and 80.
Yeah, but I've experienced that with games. I can't find the exact release date, so I'm doing the best I can. I'm trying to get your example, get magazine publications to say when it is, rather than just go by the manual or the boot up of the system.
Yeah, because those sometimes are off by half a year to a year, depending on.
Right.
Especially like Mark Siegel's mentioned it too, because I actually asked him after I'd found your channel, we were trying to figure out dates. And he was mentioning, like, if you submitted games to be sold through Radio Shack and Tandy, that basically if you were doing a cassette or disc-based game, you might get a 3 to 6 month turnaround, because you have to get the manuals made and print the discs, make the discs or cassettes or whatever. But he said cartridge games add another 3 months, because they have to do a lot more quality control testing on the actual hardware and stuff that goes into the cartridge, and get the plastic moldings done and everything else too. So they said that those just take longer. And I'm assuming that's probably the same with other companies that sold, cartridge and cassette and disc-based games type thing.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that's just for computers. Computers, we can actually get publications. Arcade, that's the tricky one. When was the game available, and in what region was it available first? Because a lot of times people are pointing out when it was available in North America or the United States, but this game was by Sega. That means it was in Japan. When in Japan could you first play it in the arcade? It's been tricky.
Yeah, and sometimes that can be like a year or two difference. So.
Oh yes, yeah.
Jeff,
now, I've been trying. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ron.
When did you find our it was probably CoCo Talk back a ways. When did you find her? Did you hear about us, or
did you ever watch Curtis? The show? Curtis mentioned it to me, and whenever he started to help me with the dates of the color computer, he brought up his channel, and I think he sent me an invite before, and I was like, well, I'm not able to really spend a lot of time away, because I think you heard in the background some kids running around. So it's a little hard for me to just get away and do a few hours from the show. But it was from Curtis.
Okay. Thanks, Kurt.
Yeah. And speaking of, I've been trying to help you as much with the CoCo stuff because of course I have the secondary reason of it. It's spurring me to get my stuff, done as well. Do you have a lot of other helpers that are helping you that are, say specialists on certain other systems or that are helping you with getting some of the dates or finding games, etc., or are you pretty well a solo show?
I don't. I have a couple that are sending in information like email, but or chats because when I post on YouTube, people comment and I get some help like, oh, really? That's interesting. And they'll send me a link and I'll go look for that. So they're not dedicated for a certain system. I would love to have a contact in Europe, but for like the ZX81 or a contact in Japan, because one thing we also do on the show is we read we read magazines for the time. And so I have some of the more popular ones like Gaming Illustrated and Analog Computing and Atari, like the stuff for mostly consoles. So we even discussed, having Rainbow magazine on there. And I said, well, I can't really add any more because I already, if I keep saying yes and adding more, it's just going to go on forever. But whenever we go through magazine publications and we're reading what is available at the time, that's where I also get some information from those magazines. But I would love to have someone dedicated for the other systems because I'm having to pin them down myself, the release dates or information on those. And on that note, another reason I wanted to do this is because everybody has the system they love. Because I've already seen everyone has websites they make. I mean, Curtis, you made your own website for the CoCo. That's the computer, and there's lots of people out there that have their dedicated computer. There's a TI-99 website where I found a lot of stuff because this person was dedicated to the TI-99, and they have everything about the TI-99 4A. And then there's also people that are the Bally Astrocade masters, and they have everything about the Bally Astrocade and information on the Bally Astrocade. So there's like a database of someone that's dedicated to just that system. There's a database dedicated to the CoCo. And one of the draws of doing this show is I wanted to bring them all together. I wanted to have everything all together and being played in order of release. So you can kind of get a great idea of seeing the different games that came out rather than just be on a system. You see everything not work together, but you see everything compared to what else was available all over the world as it came out.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I remember some of that because back in the day when you had generic magazines like Electronic Games Monthly, which covered all consoles and home computers, you had Creative Computing, Byte Magazine, and others that, I mean, Byte didn't really cover games much, but Creative did a fair bit. And you get to read a review of like Star Raiders for the Atari 800, and here's Project Nebula for the CoCo, which is a Star Raiders clone. And they would compare them themselves. So you kind of got this feel like what's happening in the others. And as I mentioned on the show before, my high school, on Fridays during the summer or summer, we actually would have people bring in, like we had Apple II Plus as our computer lab, but people would bring in their own home machines on Friday afternoons, evenings, and we would stay at school and all play each other's games. So I'd get to play on this guy's TI-9 and this guy's Atari 400 and this guy's Apple II, and that was awesome because you get to say, "Oh, my but Donkey Kong's better than yours," and "Well, my Space Invaders is better than yours," type thing. The whole school ground wars.
Yes, and the magazine, I loved the magazines that had everything all together. So that's like what I want to do with the show. And that's a blast. That's essentially what I want to do. I want to be able to see how many Donkey Kong clones have we seen so far. And the ones you've never heard of before. I want it to, I love being surprised by what was out there that I wasn't aware of.
Yeah. You'll be getting 3 of them on the CoCo in 82, just to tell you.
Oh wait, I remember now. Yeah.
Now we're nearing the end of the 2 hours, and you said you've had a pretty hard out at 2. So I do have one last question, which actually is a question for you to us. Do you have any questions about games on the CoCo or about the CoCo in general for any of us?
What is it that draws you to the color computer? Like, why is this? What is special about the color computer compared to what else was available at the time? Is it only because that was the first one you had, or is it because there's something?
Were there other ones available?
We had a Radio Shack.
Mark, for that one, you want to go around the panel? Because I'd be interested to hear other people's views on that too. I know what mine is. I'll save myself for last.
Yeah, let me get back over here.
Ooh. Oh, David Ladd rejoined us.
Oh boy.
What do you mean
okay.
rejoined? I've been sitting here listening intently.
Okay. Got to find all the right buttons here. Okay, now we got a panel back. Okay.
I'll let you pick the order there, Mark.
Well, we'll do the order that comes up on my screen. So, Marco.
What was the question? Sorry, I was multitasking.
Yeah, me too.
Not very well then.
Yeah, obviously. Task switching. Now, his question was basically what makes us stick with the CoCo? Was it because it's our first love, because it was our first machine? I know in your case, that's definitely not the case.
It is definitely not. So yeah, I got into the CoCo in 2012 with the CoCo 3 new in box. But I'm an Apple guy. I've had one since '83. My parents still have it, and they're going to get it to me one of these days. But I have a bunch of other Apple IIs, Apple IIes and stuff. And then the Commodore, I have an SX64. It's supportable. So I'm a multi-platform guy. But I stick with the CoCo because this is a great community, way more interactive and way more friendly than the Apple community, which is pretty good too. So, but I like these guys. I've been hanging out with them for 6 years now. So Anyway, this is my family, even though, I'm a transplant.
Okay, Curtis, you're next.
No, I'm saving myself for last.
Okay, Ron.
MC10 first, then I bought a Model 1, and I stuck with the CoCos because, I went to a user group in our hometown, and we could copy files like mad. So gaming was not as important to me because I was in the sign business, and I used my computers in the sign business. I used to actually use applications, and I would digitize buildings for my sign business and show a customer how his sign would look on the building before he bought the sign. I'd do proposals and invoices with Deskmate and Telewriter, and so I used the computer, and I've always had a color computer in my house up and running, at least one, maybe many sometimes. And so that's why I love the machine. Plus Radio Shack was close by, and really I never, even to this day, I've never really seen or touched Apple 1, Apple 2, Apple 3, any of the Apples.
I can hook you up.
Yeah. So I wouldn't even know how to start a program on their machines. So I only know what I know.
It's easy.
It's fun to watch on TV, a program that shows some of this other stuff, and it's like what you do, Jeff. And it's interesting, but I just.
So for you, it's kind of the first love thing, because that was the first one you really got into.
And I did PCs. I used to build PCs back in the day, especially for family and friends. And so I've had that and still have PCs today, but that's about it for me.
Okay, Rick.
Yeah, my first computer was a teletype, so I was always after the most computing bang for the buck. I migrated to the CoCo because OS 9 and 6809 CPU, and there were all these registers and stuff that I never learned to manage properly, but it was a fun ride. So,
okay, Ken.
Well, my first computer was the CoCo 2, and then when I got back into collecting retro stuff, Curtis tricked me into being on this show, and you guys haven't let me go since.
Yeah, we're expecting you to join the panel too, Jeff. Just kidding. I think you're busy enough.
Okay, I guess I'm up next. I started with the Timex Sinclair, but CoCo was pretty much really all I remember even being available. But then I also was working for Tandy at the time, so kind of stayed with it, never really looked at anything else. Let's see, David Ladd.
Oh, this is going to be loaded. Let's see here.
floppy drive.
No, that comes later. So the CoCo was my first. It was a CoCo 2. I got it for Christmas. Actually, at first when I got it, I was kind of disappointed because the middle school I was going to had Apple IIs in the library. So that's what I was kind of expecting I'd get, because the teachers were pushing my parents to get me a computer. But after I started using the CoCo, it was the BASIC was better than what I had experienced on the Apple II. So I actually loved it after I started messing with the BASIC. And one of the cartridges my parents got me was Edtasm Plus. So I started tinkering with assembly right off the bat too. So it
was educational, right?
Oh yes, I loved it. But there was 3 different color computer clubs here in the Omaha area. And the community was great here. And then when I started getting into BBSing, my parents were unhappy about that because where I lived, everything was long distance. So, but yeah, I was getting CoCo stuff. A friend of mine, he was on Delphi, so he managed to get me, this is where the floppy stuff comes in for you, Nick, the high density mod for the first floppy controller for the CoCo. So I spent like a week getting the chips and doing all the chip stacking and doing the high density mod to the what was it, the 26-3022, the 12-volt controller. Oh, that was a great hardware project. And that's the other thing that's great about the CoCo is all the things that you can do with the CoCo that was hardware experiments. One of the people that was at my school, they did model rocket launchings. They made their own PCB that plugged into the cartridge slot so they could launch rockets. There was just so much stuff that I saw that the people in the CoCo community was doing that, I didn't see, most of the people I saw that had like a Commodore 64. Most of those people I saw were playing games, so it's like here it was like everything. So,
okay.
And I'm still here.
And last but not least, Nick.
Thank God David's finished. Well, I was always a Tandy. I was that little snotty kid that would always rock up at the Radio Shack store because I just loved all the electronics, the toys, the gadgets, and this store had a TRS-80 Model 1. That was my first exposure to a computer at all. And I just kept going to the Tandy store and playing it, programming it, and I just fell in love with it and just bought one myself, started writing games, and that led to the color computer, and I'm still here. So yeah, I was a Tandy guy all along. I just loved the whole electronics thing, and games were just great.
Okay, so over in the chat, let's see. Daddy Burrito, certainly the first one I owned, but spent lots of hours with it. Can make it, only had one, couldn't afford to get anything else.
That's a good reason.
Another way to say it, it's our roots from Daddy Burrito. J.E. Jones, least expensive way I could have a multitasking OS at home. And Fred Provancha, why I love the CoCo. Its version of BASIC was superior to other systems. 2, the 6809 was superior to other 8-bits at the time. 3, Radio Shack stores were better support than other systems. Number 4, OS 9.
That's
And
excellent.
then I guess to do my summary, which is basically a combination of everything that's been previously said, but I first used a PET in school. The first year I ever used a computer in '79 at the Apple II Plus. Like some others had mentioned, I was hoping to get an Apple II Plus at home until my parents discovered the price, because it was like $1,200 to $2,000 to get one, and the CoCo was $549. So I kind of sold that. I almost got a pet because they were ended up selling the pets off when they bought apples at the schools, and they were offering for $150, which was dirt cheap. But they only had 2 of them on for sale, and by the time I managed to convince my parents to actually agree to that, they were sold. So that was just the luck of the draw. But I mean, in my case, it was because it was a very well-rounded computer. As many others have mentioned, it had a really good basic, one of the best, had one of the best basic manuals I've ever seen on any 8-bit micro. The CPU at the time, I didn't know how powerful it was, but I mean, there's a reason Williams used it for a lot of their big games, because it was the most advanced of the 8-bits. OS 9, when it came out, multi-user, multitasking, preemptive multitasking OS came out in 1983 for the CoCo. It had been out already for other 609, big business systems since 1980, but I didn't even realize it even had that power. And then the CoCo 3, when it came out, when they finally added in the 40 columns and 80 columns and higher graphics and stuff that was more competitive with, you say, Atari ST or something like that, and the OS got windowing and stuff too that actually multitasked better than Windows 95 did at the time. This is the reason we ended up using it at work for 10 years instead of Windows. We used Windows as a terminal to log the CoCo, because we had 8 serial ports on our CoCo at work that we had terminals all over the building, including PCs. So it's the fact that it's advanced CPU, advanced operating system, decent gaming machine. Is it the best? No, it didn't have hardware sprites. It didn't have a separate sound chip. We did kind of come up in the middle with sound. We actually had a DAC instead of just raw 1-bit sound that some of the other machines had. So it was capable of doing some good stuff if you took the time to program it. But a decent games machine, not the best, not the worst. There's some pretty good stuff on there, some innovation. The fact that we were kind of our own isolated island, even at Radio Shack, because everything else was Z80 based, Model 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. We kind of did our own thing right from the word go. The magazines kind of did their own thing right from the word go. Like, we kind of became our own community, and we all support each other. We were always the underdog, and I kind of like that whole mentality thing too. So in my case, in general, it's because it's such a well-rounded machine. It's a good game machine. It's a good programming machine. It's a good hardware hobbyist machine. I personally didn't get that side of it, but I know tons of people that did. It just was a well-rounded machine that kind of filled all the niches at once. If you wanted one platform that you could take your pick, what kind of special do you want to get into? You could pick any of them and you could go for it. Whereas some other machines, you kind of had to focus on a couple of its core competencies, and then the other stuff, you'd probably want something else. And the CoCo was one of the few that I know of that actually kind of tried to cover all the bases at once.
Do you remember back in the day? In like 79, I was in the sign business with my dad, and this guy came by. He was selling changeable sign system. On the top of his van, he had a panel, and it had thousands of lights on it, and he was controlling the lights with a Model 3 computer inside the van with a generator running. And he was trying to sell for like airports and stuff to have a sign with a message scrolling across, and it would work on the Model 3. And that time, when we saw that, we were totally flipped out about the fact that they took something like a computer to control and make a sign work with it. And you could say anything you wanted it to say, and it would scroll across. That was pretty awesome. And that's what kind of got me into computing, was the fact that, right from Radio Shack, they took the machine and they interfaced it with a large electronic display. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. Bill Noble, my partner in crime with Nitrous on the operating system that we've worked on, he did that, a custom job of doing that too with LED lights. We had a CoCo cartridge with some built-in ROM to control the signs, and he actually was selling it in several places here in Saskatchewan. So yeah, he did the same thing. Does that kind of answer your question, Jeff, or did we go?
That was excellent. Yes, thank you.
Okay, any final questions for Jeff before we let him go? And Jeff, if you have free time, which you probably don't, but if you do, you feel free to hang on the panel if you want to stick around, or maybe hop in the chat there and fire off any other questions you can think of, or comments on anything else we discussed on the rest of the show. But I want to thank you for coming on and agreeing to be on and promoting your show. It's an awesome show, you guys. If you haven't checked it out, you should. But if there's any last questions for Jeff from the panel, or if there's been any others from the chat, we'll probably go through the panel first, because the chat's got a bit of a delay.
No, not for me.
Potty break time.
That's not a question, Ron.
TMI, Ron. TMI.
I'm just going to see if the chat's going to catch up here. Buck Owens is saying no Dick Smiths nearby. I don't know if he's talking to Nick about that. Nick remembers the Dick Smiths, but I don't see anything.
No, nothing in chat.
Okay, so before you go, Jeff, you want to just do an official plug for your show? Let us know where you can find it, when it's on, etc.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's Chronologically Gaming. So anytime you look up Chronologically Gaming, either on YouTube or on Twitch, Instagram, I'm not even a social media guy, so I have my wife doing the social media stuff. But anywhere you look up Chronologically Gaming, you can find us. And if I need to, I'll send some links to you, Curtis, to put for either the spreadsheet or where you can find the show. But it's every weekday. We're live doing the show from 9 p.m. Central to 10 p.m. Central.
Yeah, and you are interactive in the chat. I will mention that because some people just broadcast and that's it. But you actually do react to the chat room during the show each day. And the YouTube is basically your replays you put up, I think, the next morning or that evening, or when did this
next morning on YouTube, yeah. I would say I fail because I'm usually in broadcast mode, and every now and then I'll look over at the chat, but yeah, I do the best I can.
Well, it's hard to do when you're a one-man show, but you do react, which is good. I mean, that's one of the things I like about our show, is that it's very interactive in the chat.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much. Great seeing everybody. I appreciate it. Hopefully we'll do this again.
Yeah. Well, if you come across a CoCo game that really strikes you at some point in your journey through the years, and you want to come on and quickly discuss it, we have a game on segment we do every week too, that Ken Waters is in charge of. And we have a game of the week. We actually have two going simultaneously. And we have a live gameplay on Thursdays. If you ever had time to do that, that'd be awesome too. But I think it overlaps your show somewhat. So you probably have to pop in quickly. Plus, you're probably getting prepped for it anyway. But anytime you want to come on to talk about some gem that you found or something, or if you have time to pop into a live Thursday, if you want to try one of the games a little bit outside of the year you're in, or maybe we happen to coincidentally do one that's in the year you're in, feel free to pop by.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you very much. And thank you all. Have a great one.
All right.
Thanks, Jeff.
Bye. Okay, let's take a break.
Don't miss the 31st annual Last Chicago CoCo Fest. April 22nd and 23rd, 2023. Go to tandylist.com or blendsidecc.com. Register today. Don't miss it. tandylist.com, blendsidecc.com. Register today. April 22nd and 23rd, 2023. Don't miss it. April 22nd and 23rd, 2023. blendsidecc.com.
The CoCo Nation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCo Nation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCo Nation.
The CoCo Nation Show would like to thank the following patrons: Alex Gayer, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Anscombe, Daddy Burrito, Diego BF109, Dinty's Hideaway, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Grant Leedy, John Boat of Carshaller, Henry Strickland, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Mike Rayburn, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, Terry Steege, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
BWZII says, my name is Paul Z. I've fiddled around with CoCo's on and off for years. Last few years have been off. I helped Rob Bull set up the couple CoCo Fests he put on in Pittsburgh and Harrisburg. Mostly have been fiddling with VCC and MAME emulators last couple weeks. Trying to understand how to integrate DriveWire 4 and figure out how to use that. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Cruisemongers, Glenside Computer Club, Nightbeard, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCo Nation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
Because CoCoing is better together.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes.
Boulders keep falling on my head, and that probably means I will surely soon be dead. This game's not for me, 'cause I'm never gonna get the diamonds today. I guarantee no points are there for me.
That sums up my thoughts in the game, too.
That was a good.
Welcome everybody to the CoCo Nation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Stone Raider 2. We had a total of 9 players. Ron Delvaux got a score of 0 when he got stuck right away. L. Curtis Boyle with 50. Mark B, 100. Worm Food, 200.
Wow,
Mr.
I
Dave
beat the
6309,
great Curtis?
225.
I sucked at this game.
Rich N, 250. TJB Chris, 325. Canadian Retro Things, 350. And the number one score this week was Buck Owens with 2,756. Thank you everybody that played, and we'll see you again next week.
The CoCo Nation salutes Buck Owens.
Wow. Good,
Well,
good job, Gimes. That was a good one.
I think the Gimes song pretty much sums up what
Most
most
of us.
people found with that game.
I think even Ron Delvaux would approve of that one.
Yep. Yeah, not an overly popular game this week. Probably because it was very difficult. And
Yeah, and the
I
controls were shoddy. How's that?
sum that up to the controls. Yep. Like it was very random on whether you moved one space, moved 2 spaces. Like I don't know how many times I died by trying
hit
to
the
just
joystick
move one
left,
space
dump,
and it goes up 2 spaces and takes me right into one of the bad guys. But
Yeah. I mean,
Like
the presentation of the game, the graphics, the
Yeah.
rest of it was fine. It was the controls that really sunk it.
And having read the instructions, it sounded like that the game would have gotten really interesting in the later levels with a lot of mechanics that weren't there in the regular boulder games, the Boulder Dash and bouncing boulders and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than Buck Owens, nobody was able to get that far. So I don't know. Well, obviously,
It's only because he's an overachiever.
looking at these scores, Buck Owens is the only person that actually completed level 1. So
It does kind of look like those old pinball games that only went up to 9,000.
But yeah, so I don't know what there is to say about that game other than would actually probably be a pretty good game if maybe somebody went in and fixed the controls on it, made it a little more responsive and actually do what you want it to. It would still be a hard game, but I don't know. What else does anybody have to say about this game?
So was it doing that on all systems, or like just the emulators? Was it doing it on the hardware?
Oh yeah, in real, I think it was. I mean, it was doing it to me constantly on my CoCo 3. So
okay. Sometimes the controls are slightly different on the emulators.
Yeah,
I'm wondering, and Nick, maybe you can attest to this because you have more experience with PAL than the rest of us do. If they were doing some timer interrupts for keyboard and joystick response based on 50 hertz versus 60 hertz that we're getting in North America, would that have caused some of these problems, the controls?
No, not really.
Like key bounce or...
No, that
Okay.
shouldn't.
well, because I was using a joystick through the whole thing, and you know, as quick as I could flick the joystick in the up direction, half the time I wouldn't move. About 10% of the time I'd move one space, and the other 40% of the time I'd move two spaces.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, if it was pushing, you know, the 50 hertz refresh rate, like I only have to redraw the screen, 25 times per second. Mac, well, obviously it does less than that, but so whatever percentage of that is for how many, you know, interrupts of a 50 hertz interrupt per PAL. Speeding it up to 60 when you have less time to do the screen refreshes and stuff in between. I'm wondering if maybe that threw it off enough that it was catching it, you know, in the middle somewhere, and that was causing the problems. But
Did anyone run that game on a European Dragon or Australian CoCo?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think most of us even have one.
I have.
Doesn't MAME emulate it to 50 hertz?
Yeah, I think it has the option. I mean, Axor might even let you do that too. I didn't try it.
Yeah, actually it does. Yeah.
I'll let you know as soon as I can figure out how to get MAME working.
Well, Axor I think does it too. So that's actually a good thing. Maybe if one of us can try for next week just to see if that makes a difference. Like maybe that is the problem. Maybe it's the game was written expecting a 50 hertz VSync.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's trying to time the joystick reads and stuff off of that, and you're actually running it at 60 and the graphics are taking a little bit too long in some cases, but not others or whatever, depending on how he did it, that might cause some of these issues we're having. Because I can't see a game getting released commercially that bad of controls that late in the game, because that's an 1886 game. I mean, that's several years after the Dragon stopped being made.
Well, I know, like watching the Twitch video that Steve Rasmussen did of his gameplay, he seems to be able to control it a lot better than I ever could figure out how to do it. So,
well, he's in the chat here, so Buck/Steve there. If you want to let us know, did you play that on a 50 hertz setting? Is that why you seem to have better control over it than we did?
Come on, Buck, tell us what your secrets are.
Yeah, the game.
Or
the
was
game
it just your
challenge is
robotic
over.
self? You know,
What joystick did he use?
And while we're waiting for Buck to answer, I am going to show something else that he found in there. This was in the code as the original title screen. So originally, I think they wanted to call it Dig It, but for some reason they changed it to.
So Buck is
Stone
saying in
Raiders.
the chat NTSC CoCo 2.
Oh, okay. So he's a robot. Okay, that just
Yeah, he's a robot there. So I guess he
secret's
just,
out now.
And a digital joystick?
Oh yeah, that's another question. Buck, did you use like a stock Tandy controller of some sort, like a deluxe?
Atari style controller using the Boys and Tech gimmick.
So switch based joystick.
Yeah, that'd be with the
it
Paragon.
might have been might have worked a little bit better to give you the readings for the joystick more definite, just one.
Oh, right. What is it? 47.
Yeah. I can honestly say I did not try it with my Atari joystick, so maybe it would have worked better. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. Any tips or tricks for this game are yeah.
The only tip I have is if you hold down the joystick button, you can punch out something without moving.
Yeah.
That was helpful.
There was I think it was last week, Thursday, that showed us a trick on how to get that gem out of the lower right or lower left corner by dropping a rock in front of the moving thing.
Yeah, and every time I tried to do that, I ended up killing myself. So
Yeah, me too. That was a tip to tease us into thinking you'd actually succeed at the game.
yeah, exactly.
You or I could do that.
That looks so simple. Die, die, die.
So definitely not one of the better bouncing boulder style games on the color computer, which, as I said, is too bad because it sounds like there's a lot of interesting stuff in the upper levels. So
I'd still be interested if somebody who has a PAL or can get X, we're running properly with the PAL 50 hertz system, if that makes an improvement in the gameplay. I'm kind of curious about that now, because that might make the difference.
Or it could just like using a digital joystick might work better. Then you don't have the joystick actually reading in the whole motion of moving up or down.
It's just like far left, center, far right.
It's either on or off. It's not.
Yeah.
It might be reading it as too wide of a variation of where the joystick is, so you can't physically move it fast enough to stop it from moving two spaces.
Yep. That would make some sense. Yeah, I'm kind of curious now, because maybe the game is a bit better. If that turns out to be the case, maybe we'll have to revisit it sometime in the future, right before we do Predator. Right, David? Or do you step away?
I'm gonna have to check out this game Predator I keep hearing about.
No, I wasn't. I was purposely not commenting on that, Curtis.
Okay, so Buck Owens is saying that most Boulder Dash games have kind of a sticky movement feel, and he was wondering if maybe the author of this was trying to emulate that kind of sticky feel of movement.
Maybe. I mean, we've got two other bouncing boulder clones to try. We've done bouncing boulders already.
Bouncing Boulders, which was a pretty good game.
Yeah, and then there's another one I talked about last week, another dragon one actually.
Yeah.
So maybe.
So we'll have to visit that one in the future. But for now, I think we've had enough boulders dropping on our heads.
Yep, I have to agree.
And the other game we're playing this week is Rad Warrior, which is a CoCo 3 game by Epix. And,
Mr. Jesse Owens.
Yep. Another one that has a few issues with how it moves.
Yeah, to me that one it plays better. It's still a little bit awkward,
Yeah.
takes some getting used to, but it's not impossible, which is what.
Yeah, it
Stone Raider
moves
found.
good. Like you said, you had told us before, use the keyboard, and it moves really good up, down, left, or right. But when you have to do a diagonal jump, it's very touchy to get it down.
Yeah, I
just
found
right
like
for
you can
doing that.
technically use the up arrow and the right arrow to do the jump, but that seems to be a bit flaky. So I usually use the space bar long press to do a diagonal jump.
Yeah, and I didn't even know that a spacebar long press would do a jump.
Yeah, a quick hit will fire or whatever, and then if you hold it down, you can actually jump. So
Okay.
Well,
I
didn't I read the directions?
Yeah, I know, but they're so long I got bored and stopped listening.
I know that's a fun game, and like we actually saw TJB Chris actually won the game on the live stream.
Yeah.
On Thursday there, which I have done back in the early 90s, late 80s myself there, and I remember myself being in awe of that effect when the implosion happens. But even this time, I think I got the anti-gravity boots, I got the blaster, I got up into the radiation areas a little bit. I didn't get as far as Chris did, but for not playing the game in 30 years, except for briefly to take screenshots for my site, it actually, some of it came back. I just couldn't remember where everything was, so I'd have to randomly explore. But the critical thing of that one, if you want a tip on that one, is kind of map out at least roughly so you know where to find things. Like gravity boots, bottom level or second level from the bottom on the far left. You know where to get those. Suit's going to be almost on the far right. The blaster's up over here, and then you got a couple of things you can pick up too. And also map out where your energy things are. The other tip I can give is that sort of looks like a plant that's firing sideways constantly. If you time it right, and it's easier on keyboard than joystick, you can duck, pop up, walk 1 or 2 steps, duck again. And if you get the timing right, you can actually walk up and pick up, say, the or the blast or something like that, or an energy pack if it happens to be in front of it, without actually getting hit once, even in your raw form as a human, caveman type person. So that's another tip I'll give on that one. But yeah, that one I had a lot of fun with it back in the day, but it did take a while even then to get used to the controls. The ones that I did, it seemed to be almost second nature. And obviously Chris still has some muscle memory for it.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't expecting to win it, outright win the game. But if you're going for points, don't go for winning the game right off the bat. Go mine for points.
You can leave screens and go back, and it'll respawn some of the enemies, so you can keep killing them.
Yeah.
And
I always
also,
like that one for the graphics, because the graphics actually were very well done for a 160 mode.
So if anybody's starting out playing it, you'll notice you don't have a score. You actually don't get a score until you get the suit. So the score won't display until you get the suit. And once you get it, it'll add up your score that you've gotten to that point, and then you can go.
And for those who didn't catch the dramatic reading of the instructions from Mark, anytime that your human's getting injured a fair bit, like when you're running around trying to find things and the suit's not mobile yet, if you feel that you're going to be getting close to dying, you may not make it to where you're supposed to, you can run back to the suit and sit in it for a bit, and it'll recharge your human's life. And then you can run back out and try to get the object again type thing. It's kind of a recharger. So if you can actually get to your suit when you need to, you can actually be virtually immortal.
All right. And so that brings us to Thursday night's playthrough, where we're playing both these games. And that is, where's that? That's right here. So I think we had basically 4. Did we ever have 5 people playing? I think it was mostly just 4. So most people were playing Rad Warrior. A couple of us tried a little bit of that
didn't last long.
No, Stone Raider 2. And by the way, if you're looking for Stone Raider 1, there is no Stone Raider 1. There's just Stone Raider 2, which I don't know if that was just a joke on part of the author to have done that to mess with you. So people
it might have come out on another system.
Nope. There was a story behind it that was actually mentioned in one of the Dragon User magazines. I can't remember what the story was. I came across it. There was no Stone Raider 1 ever released.
I know there was another game done by the same people. Had a different name though. It was the same style, layout, and everything. But it didn't come out on the CoCo. It came out on, I think, a Commodore 64.
Oh, maybe. I didn't check across other different
platforms. Yeah, there is
so.
another one. If you look it up and do a search, you'll find another one. Very similar graphics, but it improved in areas.
Better control?
I don't know, but visually it was a little bit better.
Actually, visually, I didn't find this game too bad. It's very much in the genre of all of the other Boulder Dash, Bouncing Boulder.
Yeah, I mean, the graphics and even this sounds fairly minimal, but it's well done as far as presentation goes. It was the controls that killed it for me.
Yeah.
And for those of you wondering why there's some different colors on the lower right corner, that was TGB Chris. He was playing an RGB locally on his real CoCo 3, but his capture device is composite, so some of the colors are a little bit whacked. You'll see anything that was supposed to be gray is pink.
All right, so that was the live playthrough. So
now, Ken, I wanted to make a note because
Yeah.
I don't think Chris will be playing again this following week when we come up to the deadline for Rad Warrior. But if you want to make a note to play that the winning scene when Chris did it,
Okay, I should
because almost
grab it.
nobody's seen that from what I know of. So
Okay. And I actually haven't searched through and found it yet. I just loaded this up.
yeah, I wouldn't do it now because we have another week of it, but just
Yeah.
because that's something that I think 99% of people playing the game are not going to make it. So it'd be kind of cool for people to see the ending of the game.
Oh, okay. I will try to remember to queue that up for next week. But yeah, as we were saying, this is the live playthrough that we do on Thursday nights at 5 o'clock Pacific time. So that's my local time. I don't care what time it is for the rest of you. It's 5 o'clock for me. And yeah, so if you want to join us, then drop into the Discord channel. We're there. You can just drop into chat, or you can drop in to play. Real hardware, emulator, whatever. We take them all. And you don't even have to play the game of the week. You can play any CoCo game. All right. So shall we move on to what is happening for this next week? Now, of course, as we said, that was only the first week of Rad Warriors, so we are playing Rad Warrior for one more week. So submit your scores this week, or you can't submit them. And our next game is right here, if anybody recognizes this.
I do.
It's a CoCo game.
By Adventure International, programmed by Roger Schrag, if that helps anybody.
Originally,
it is a cross-platform game that was on multiple other systems.
And it was originally built for the Model 1 and 3.
Correct.
And then it was...
Rex.
Hey, look at that.
There
I didn't have
you
to say it.
go.
And I'm not even looking at the screen at the moment. I'm in the kitchen. As soon as you said Roger, as soon as you said Roger Schrag, Adventure International, that was the first thing that came to mind.
So I believe this is available on, it's for a color computer 1, 2, or 3, 16K. There's also a Atari 400, 800 version. But yeah, we're playing the CoCo version, so.
I think there's also a few other platforms that have it too.
I haven't found it on any other platforms, but my searching through the other platforms is pretty limited. So
I will mention that if you guys want the actual manual for this game, the Atari version of the manual is on the Internet Archive, so you can actually pull that down and get the full details of the game. But basically, it's I think the closest arcade game I can think of would be something like Kicks.
Yeah.
Because basically you have to fill in a percentage of the grid, but you actually have backgrounds that change as you go between levels. Plus you got certain creatures that you can run over to get extra points. Or if you let them go too long, they'll mutate into a missile that will just kill you. And then you have to try to dodge around it.
And if you stay still too long, your trail will start exploding behind you until it catches up with you. But unlike Quicks or Quick Kicks or whatever you want to call it, when you cross the screen, it doesn't fill in everything below you. It'll only fill in each dot behind you, so you have to manually paint the whole screen. And you can't cross your own...
can't cross the streams.
You can't cross your own stream, yeah. So you can actually get yourself trapped and not be able to finish the level quite easily. So it's both kind of an action game plus a strategy game. So you have to think ahead of time.
You would definitely want a self-centering joystick for this one.
Yeah.
I just pulled it up on Moby Games here. So the Eric's was ported to the Atari 8-bit, the Commodore 64, Tier City Model 1-3, the CoCo, and apparently, according, they don't have screenshots of it, but apparently it was also ported to the Apple II and DOS in 1983. So I did not know that one, those, but I have seen the C64 version before.
Okay. I've seen the Atari 800 version, so I guess I didn't look too closely at the... There's just too many Commodore 64 games out there. That's why I couldn't find it.
That's a fun game. I had a lot of fun when I was a kid. That was one of my... I wouldn't say my top 10 or anything, but it was in my top half of favorite games to play. The other game that Roger Schrag put out at the same time through Adventure International, which is called Airline, not in my top half.
And if Adventure International sounds familiar to you, then you probably know it because that's who released the Scott Adams games, right?
Yep.
That is Scott Adams.
Adventure
That is Scott
International is
Adams?
run by Scott Adams.
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go.
Adventure International was Scott Adams' company.
Yeah.
So,
and they did quite a few CoCo games. So they did Airline, Airx, Sea Dragon, Eliminator, Star Trek 3.5. There's a few others too that we haven't even actually got anywhere. Like there's a few other earliest releases by Roger Schrag and a few others that I have not been able to find anywhere. They're not in the archive. I can't find them in my old discs, so there's a few lost ones. But they actually there's also even some later ones that got released that I haven't seen. Like Triad apparently there was a CoCo version. I've never seen it. Even had a full color ad in their catalog for it. So.
All right, well, that is the Game On challenge for this next week. And I see that a couple people can make it as saying it's like Pepper 2. Kind of. And
wasn't Pepper 2 by Adventure National too?
I'm not sure. I've only ever played it on the ColecoVision, so.
Or maybe I'm thinking Preppy or something. I can't remember.
And 8-Bits in the Basement says it's like looks like Snake. So kind of.
Yeah, it's a bit beyond Snake. It's more
it's
than
a bit
snaky.
beyond Snake. But it's kind of the same thing. You're never growing the back end of you. You're always growing in it. You're always
leaving a trail you can't cross again, basically.
Yeah.
Good sound effects though. Graphics aren't to write home about, but perfectly serviceable.
Yep. And it's an earlier game and runs in 16K, so.
Yep. And of course, for those of you who recognize the name Roger Schrag but aren't gamers, he's the guy that took the cartridge version of Adtasm and made the first disc Adtasm we had. All of his patches.
Patch one, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's all I have to say. So, how about some Game On news?
Okay, before we get into Game On news, I will mention that Jeff, first of all, he thanked us for having him on the show, but he sent me a whole whack load of links and stuff. So I'm going to paste, or did I paste them already? I can't even remember now. I think I pasted them in the Zoom chat. So I'll paste them in the regular chat, but there's like how to get to his spreadsheet of every game he's covered so far.
Although I
direct
think
links to his Twitter, Instagram, Discord, Patreon.
I think you're not a moderator, so when you paste links, it's just showing up as dots.
Okay. I think I pasted them here in Zoom, so somebody else can paste them into the chat then.
Okay.
You might also add them to your news notes that you haven't posted yet to the Discord.
Oh, I didn't, did I? Shoot.
Yeah, way to go, Curtis.
Bookkeeper, 10% doc of Curtis's pay this week. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, I get a raise, right on.
Oh, that explains why I couldn't find the information when I went to look when I got on. Geez, thanks, Curtis.
Yeah, I noticed though before the show, nobody mentioned that it was missing, so that means nobody was paying attention anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Are we supposed to read those?
Guilty.
Actually, I'll do that right now before I forget.
Well, you might as well add those links that you got to those notes so that we got them.
Yeah, I just added them on the end here. So anyway, the links for all of the various things that are related to chronological gaming will be available.
I just put them up in the chat, so.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken. Let me find Discord. Well, if you want to play the news intro while I'm fiddling around here, Mark, go ahead and then I'll kick into that.
Okay, or I can do another commercial.
Hopefully it won't take me that long. I just got to find the stupid channel. Out of the 5 billion.
But we got commercials to burn, so push the button, Frank.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here we go.
Hello, this is Mark Siegel, product manager for the Color Computer product line and designer of the Tandy Color Computer 3. And I'm proud to be a citizen of the CoCo Nation.
Shall we play a game?
making games for the CoCo for over 35 years. Go to my CoCo Games website at www.nickmarentes.com for information and pricing of my later games, as well as downloads of many of my older games.
CoCo 2's got personality, lots of practicality, fun, it's sensational, learn it's educational. CoCo 2's expandable, so easily commendable. It's programmable, so term exam grammable. Just you and CoCo 2 do what you want to do.
CoCo 2, the color computer with personality from Radio Shack. Sale price for Christmas giving from $149.95.
Radio Shack's CoCo 2, do what you want to do. Just you and CoCo 2.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCo Nation News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Idea. I'll get rid of the trash can icon in Nitrous 9 and put a little Kirk on fire. Curtis on fire icon.
So they're not going to make G Shell handle animations right on the main screen?
Exactly.
What you're telling me?
Yeah.
Stretch goal.
Actually, before we get into the news here, I wanted to ask Ron Delvaux, did you happen to catch the Gimes song today?
No, I did not.
I think you would actually like it.
You would like this one. Play it
I think
again.
you would.
Play it again?
Yeah, I think play it again for Ron.
Get the game.
All right, here we go.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes.
Boulders keep falling on my head, and that probably means I will surely soon be dead. This game's not for me, 'cause I'm never gonna get the diamonds today. I guarantee no points are there for me.
What'd you think, Ron? Is that one of his better ones?
Classy. One word. He's actually doing better, I must say.
Yeah, that one's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
That'll go in his Hall of Fame. If he has
I didn't even know he had a Hall of Fame.
So it's a Hall of Fame of one now?
Right now. He's had a couple others. I think I was mentioned once in one, which I admired. I don't know why.
Okay, on to the Game On news. So, I just want to mention he
wait.
played a couple. Go ahead.
This guy
Sorry.
looks familiar.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I thought if Miles would plug his channel, those first 2 hours wasn't enough, obviously. So basically, he covered a couple of CoCo games here this past week in Chronological Gaming, where he's covering the tail end of the tail end of the games for 1981. So the first one he did was skiing. This is the second time he's mentioned this one now. I don't know where he got the first copy, and I don't know why somebody did this to the game, but somebody hacked it to run in artifacting colors, which means you're skiing in pitch dark. And that is just not skiing. I think somebody was trying to make it look more like a night driver or something, which defeated the whole purpose, because why would you have cheering people at the end, at the bottom of the track type thing? Made no sense to me. So I pointed that out to him, and he actually played the actual proper white color skiing. So I won't play that one because, I mean, we've all seen skiing. The other one he
the
played...
Olympics version?
What's that?
Was that the Olympics version?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, they sometimes they run a little long and it ends up dark where they're still performing.
Maybe. I don't know. Whatever excuse they had, it wasn't good. Let's be honest there. But the other one I want to cover here is one that I'd never seen before until I put it up on my site just in the last couple of weeks. And it's one of the rare basic arcade games that Aardvark put out. Aardvark at the very beginning of the CoCo's life, when they started publishing games in May of '81, I think it's the first time they did it, were all adventure games. And then later on, when Dave Edson started working for them, they brought out some arcade games like Caterpillar, Venturer, and Zeus, and a bunch of others. But basically, this was their first attempt at a CoCo arcade game, and it's totally text-based. Now, from what Jeff was saying when he covered it, it's actually based on a VIC-20 game that came out during that same year, whose name escapes me at the moment. Now, I don't know the exact release date of the VIC one, so it might have even been the other way around for all I know, because this came out the first half of the year. So I'm going to skip ahead to that one called Slash Ball. Find it here.
Right in the middle. Yeah.
All right, we're going back to the TRS-80 color computer, and this is Slash Ball. We don't have a box for this one, just a few screenshots. So let's just hop in and play some Slash Ball. Released in 1981.
I'll fast forward a bit because at the beginning he was trying to figure out exactly what he had to do.
Those are mysteries. Whoa, player one wins.
Oops, went too far.
So that's to the right. Got it. There you go. So you try to get it to the barrier in the middle and then serve it up again. So we now can use those, or they may hurt us later on. So let's go that way. And then that way. Nope, I went the wrong one.
So basically, you hit a key to create a slash right where the ball is, which will change its direction 90 degrees, and you can, fire it off 90 degrees clockwise or counterclockwise. But the pieces that you put on there stay on the screen as you progress in the level.
So you get the formula, how the game
So then
works.
you're having to deal with all the
paddles
stuff you
to
previously
direct
put on
the
there.
ball
You're trying to hit that
different
target
ways.
in the
Oh,
middle.
this isn't gonna be good.
So apparently
No,
it's
I give up.
somewhat similar
can
to a
see.
VIC-20 game around the same time. But
Oh, thank you very much
it
for
wasn't
the dates.
a game concept I'd seen before, but actually it looks pretty interesting.
Going really
And
hard with the
very
dates
done
in
rudimentary
1982
graphic-wise
to
here,
get them as close as
early
you
days.
can, to get a really good
But
capture of the video games. in
Pretty cool
1982.
concept. I hadn't seen that before. Has anybody else seen anything
no
like
more
that?
Will we have games struggling
Or
for
has played the VIC-20 one that he was referring to?
This is new. I like it.
The closest things I can think to this would be Reactoid has a bit of that same mechanic where you flip the flipper, 90 degrees to deflect the ball in both directions, where you're trying to aim stuff. And that game itself is similar to Neutroid by Nick, actually, in some ways.
By the original Neutroid, not the CoCo one.
This looks like a Jim Gary game.
He could port it. It's in BASIC, so it wouldn't be that hard to port. And Jim Gary actually has been kind of following some of these early 1981 games that I've been putting on my site lately to kind of coincide with Jeff's channel. And he ported, as we mentioned last week, that artillery style game, which name's escaping me at the moment, which actually runs on the original 4K MC10. Anyway, for those of you who have not actually seen the show there, you got a little bit of a sneak peek at it. Next up, I'm catching up with a site called CRPG Addict. There's a slogan. It's basically role-playing games. And speaking of Aardvark, he comes back, this one here. Now, he's covered stuff like Paladin's Legacy and Seventh Link and Gates of Delirium and a bunch of other CoCo games back. He's got some other CoCo games coming up in the queue, too, so there'll be more to see. And he's covering all platforms, just like Jeff is, except he's just covering RPG games. But the one he decided to cover here is called Quest. Now, he played the C64 version of Quest here. So that's what the C64 version looks like. But it's basically almost identical to the CoCo, except the color of the text, obviously. And it was a bit of a different game because you're leading a party around, you're wandering around this map, similar to an Ultima or whatever type thing. But you're gradually getting better and more powerful weapons, and you go into dungeons and caves, and your eventual mission is to figure out how to get across the river in the center and then down to this warlock's castle in the lower right corner. And you have to have enough, ammo and people to storm the castle and win the game that way. And it was a bit of a different thing. Like Aardvark at this stage was usually doing the really early, text adventure games in BASIC. I think this is in BASIC too, but it's a bit of a different play, and it's randomized too, which is something else a bit more innovative at the time. So that you don't get the exact same gameplay twice. The warlock's castle is always in the same spot. The river is always in the same spot, but towns and dungeons and the mountains and trees and stuff move around a bit and are partly randomized. So you do get different gameplay each time you play it. But anyway, he does a very deep dive on it. going through the gameplay, etc. here. But he mentions like the C64 version came out in 83. The CoCo version and the Tier City Model 1.3 version actually came out in May of 1981. So the C64 port was quite a bit later. Vic 20 got it in 82. Anyway, I thought it was kind of cool. He's covering those, but he's got a couple other ones coming up. In fact, I think he has it on the right-hand side here. Exeter. That's a CoCo 3, a Calibeth style game. That was actually made in Australia. So hopefully Nick has a ton of insight when he gets up to that when we bring it up.
Oh, that's where my program went. No.
I don't think you've ever done a role-playing game or even an adventure game of any sort, have you?
No.
I don't think
recognize
it's
the
your
name
bag.
Robert Clardy.
What's that?
I recognize the name Robert Clardy. Apple Software.
Where are you looking?
Oh, Quest campaign clearly inspired by Robert Clardy's Wilderness.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, from 79. Next up, this is actually the next 3 or 4 web tabs I've got here, all devoted to one single game. Jim Gary's been working on a port of Cribbage, the card game, for the MC10. This is based on one originally done by a person named Shepard Yarrow in 1979, whom I think did it for Creative Computing, if I remember correctly. But Jim's not that familiar with the game Cribbage, so he doesn't really know how to play test it because he doesn't understand the game that much. So he was posting onto the MC10 group on Facebook that he would like some beta testers to kind of go and give it a shot. And he actually set up this online MC10 emulator here that you can pick Cribbage as the game to try and then run in the emulator. If you don't have an MC10 yourself or an MC10 dedicated emulator, you can just do it on a web browser. But it looks like all that testing already got done because then he later wrote in a blog post about the different testing. He had to do some debugging of some of the original code, which he's had to do a few times. There was also a mention that the magazine follow-up article to the original one mentioned that they found some bugs even in the original version of it that they again corrected a few months later. And then he did some other play testing with some of the other people that actually understand how to play cribbage. They tested it for him and gave him some results, etc. Here's the correction that was published a little bit later. And basically it's up and running now. So he actually has a video. And he's got some of the various conversions into different machines here. So I'll just play a few seconds of that. But yeah, if you want a deep dive onto figuring out how to convert a game that you don't even know how to play, and then getting some of the play testing in the MC10 community to help them out with it, that was pretty cool. Now I don't know, like Ken, Saskatchewan's kind of known for being cribbage friendly. I know quite a few of my family played it quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you know how to play it just like I do. I know how to play it
Played
poorly.
a lot of cribbage as a kid.
Okay. In the States, there, I'm not sure in Australia. Did you guys ever play cribbage?
Well, I never did. I'm not aware of it being that well known. No.
Okay. Anybody else in the panel? Like, are you guys in the States here?
Grand folks did.
Now you're making me feel old, Rick. Thanks a lot.
Uncle Cotton, all those guys, they played cribbage.
My
I
wife
mean,
and
you're
her
older
family-
than me, and you're saying your grandparents play that. I mean, this is like the 1800s or something, right?
Right.
Well, most of the bars that I worked in when I was younger in the prairies all had dedicated crib tables.
Yeah, the big 29 or whatever it was.
Well, there
That's a
would
perfect
actually
hand.
be tables with the crib board built right into the table so that people could sit there and drink and play crib. So
And drink.
and drink and play crib and drink and drink.
See, I'm more modern. I did that with Pac-Man, the tabletop version. You just set your drink on there.
That was me too. But for the old timers, the old farmers used to always come in and cheat at crib. They'd always see who could cheat the best.
Cheat? Okay, that's a new one on me.
Who could take an extra point here and there, and then at the end of the game, it was not who won, but I cheated 8 points, and I cheated 11 points.
So who really won?
Yeah, that's a moral gray zone, I think.
My wife's family plays cribbage a lot, and I've actually been learning the last few months since I got my wife a nice cribbage board. So I know how to play a little
in
bit.
4 players where you're doing cooperative, like 2 players on each side, it's actually kind of fun. I mean, I'm not a great card game player of any sort. I'm not really a fan of playing any card games because I suck at it. But I mean, it's fairly simple. The hard part is trying to figure out all the points with all the different combinations you get to get points. And then I think, remind me if I'm right on this, Ken, but I think the rule is that if you missed counting some points, your opponents got them instead.
Yeah, if an opponent could say, okay, you missed that 15, I get the 2 points, or
yeah.
Isn't this why they invented the automatic bowling lane, though?
Probably.
I do know there's a pretty kick-ass version from what my mom says of this on iOS, because she plays it all the time. It even allows network play against people all over the world. But I'm glad he got it out, though. I'm glad he actually got some help from multiple people in the MC10 community on Facebook that volunteered to try his earlier versions on that online emulator on his site, and kind of figured out, it didn't count these points correctly, or this is wrong, or whatever, and he actually got it all fixed up, and it seems to be running okay. So if you're a cribbage fan on the MC10, you go ahead and grab it, and if he saves it in ASCII, you can probably run the CoCo pretty easily too. Okay, next up. The Only Way is OLED display on YouTube. Did a rather quirky little video here. He goes through in alphabetical order and picks one game for the Dragon 32 or 64 or CoCo, as you can see in this particular one here, and goes alphabetically up to W. Why he stopped at W, I have no idea. But he just decides to show a shot of the cassette with the cassette artwork, and just kind of goes through each letter. I will ask you guys, did you want to see the whole 2.5 minutes, or should I just play a couple seconds of it?
Couple of seconds.
yeah, I think a couple of seconds.
Yeah. So I'll play a couple. So there's Aquanaut 471 for the A from Microdeal. There's Beanstalker by Microvision. That was a Load Runner style game, if I remember. Cashman, of course, a rather famous one for us here from Computer Shack Collection Mitron. Anyway, he just kind of goes through. Like I said, I don't know why he stopped at W, because then they missed like Zaxxon and Whirlybird Run. Or I guess they could have done Whirlybird, but there's some games that start with a Y and stuff too that could have been covered. I can't think of any games that start with an X off the top of my head,
But was Zaxxon on cassette? On a cassette?
Yeah, that's how Datasoft originally sold it before Tandy.
I thought he's just showing cassette cases there.
Yeah, well, Datasoft themselves, when they sold Zaxxon directly before Tandy picked it up, they sold it on cassette. Even Tandy sold Zaxxon on cassette,
but not in a cassette jewel case, right? I think they had a box.
Well, Tandy one did have a big plastic thing.
Yeah,
I don't know how they sold it when they sold it directly through Datasoft. I don't know what kind of packaging they have. Actually, Mark might know because he was at Datasoft and Tandy, so I honestly don't know. Anyway, it's an interesting little concept video to go through, and some of the artwork I'd not seen before. A couple of games, most of it I had. And it's very different seeing what the UK version of the artwork looked like compared to ours.
Yeah,
and next up, this is a
better.
What's that?
We know it was better.
Yeah, in almost every case. And lastly, on the games section here is a channel that I've not seen before. It's called A Gaming Channel by LR. And he's doing a bunch of retro games of all kinds of systems. I just highlighted his Dragon 3264 page. And these are long play videos, like 10 minutes to half an hour. Now, some of them lately, he's been actually putting in the actual name of the game itself, and then what his score was, etc. So you can kind of see what you're doing. The earlier ones, he just put his score and the date the original recording was, I think, is what this other part is. But he just put these up in the last 10 days. So you have to look at the screenshot and try to figure what you want to play, because the score doesn't tell you what game it is. So, but he had a couple interesting ones in there. There's a few that I'd not seen before. Like this one here, I don't think I'd seen. This one I've seen, but not in action. I've just seen screenshots. That one's Big Red Minis or something like that. It's kind of a 3D Pac-Man. Anyway, he's covered a few of them here. So I don't know if he's playing a continuum with more Dragon games, because he's switching between all kinds of consoles and other home computers scattered in the 80s and 90s. But if you want to check out his channel, it's in the show notes on Discord. And that's it for the Game On news. So we'll switch on over to the regular after I bring my window up so I can see it. This is where we get a bit nerdy.
Oh, we love nerdy.
Really?
Hey, you're seeing that? Fun with
Yep.
Trial Division?
Yep.
The author of this article is actually in the chat last time I looked. It's James Jones, formerly of Microware. So basically, this is going through the benchmark. Excuse me. From Interface Age magazine, blah, blah, blah. That we covered a few weeks ago. It does initial speed tests of Microsoft CoCo 3 Basic and then Basic 9, which I'd done as well. This was a cross-platform benchmark. But then he goes to the benchmark itself to figure out where the benchmark, the way it's written, is not very well optimized. And he managed to crunch it down. Now, the purpose of a benchmark for something like this for cross-platform is you don't want to change the way the code works. Otherwise, you're not comparing apples to apples. You're just saying, I can program better than this guy. And, they try to pick a benchmark that's basically lowest common denominator. So, certain computers have certain languages that don't have certain functions or whatever. So you have to kind of make something that works on everything. But it's a pretty good deep dive onto, how the benchmark is working, what it's trying to accomplish, more efficient ways to accomplish it. And, it goes around with various tries and even discusses specifically that it's a benchmark that, why he fiddled around with it, because he's kind of curious. But the original benchmark on the CoCo, let's see if I can find that here. Yep. So the original Color Basic version took 759 seconds to do, and then the Basic 9 version with all the variables staying as reals, which you don't have to for this particular one, it's 153 seconds, so about 4 or 5 times faster. And then he starts converting it to integers, and then he starts, modifying the actual algorithm itself to be more efficient, not, duplicating work that didn't need to be done, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he actually did the same change to Color Basic. So we got Color Basic down to 1.7 times faster at this stage. The Basic 9 version, 96 seconds, so 1.5 times faster than the original Basic 9 version. And then he keeps going and going, 27 times as fast as the original type of thing. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting deep dive on that kind of stuff. So benchmarks, of course, are artificial. And a lot of the manufacturers started cheating on benchmarks and specifically tweaking chips and languages specifically to make a certain benchmark better because they knew it would help them sell product. Even though in general that benchmark didn't improve as much as they claimed for that one particular one. So I always view these skeptically, but it's interesting seeing, how far advanced Basic 9 in particular was compared. Like we were, getting close to PDP speeds in some of these things. That's a mini. There was 2 updates from Tier City Retro Programming, and I'm going to try to get him on the show here after the fest sometime. I'm going to see if I can bring in Alan Huffman for that as well, because I know Alan's interacted with him a little bit too, and kind of likes what he's doing, the whole learning as you go thing. So he did a little bit of an update. I won't play any of it here. I'll just show the screenshot of his Ultima style game where he's got his little character running around. He originally was trying a concept. Like this here is a long stream. It's 36 minutes, but it's him kind of thinking out loud what he's going to try to do. And he originally was going to have his little guy walking around with his little sword he can swing and stuff. These are mountains up in the upper left. But basically, he's going to have this strength of the character, like how many hit points left, as a floating number following the character around. But the graphics slow down enough when he's doing that, because, of course, that's dynamic and has to change, that he's kind of by the end of the stream, he decided, nah, it's not a good idea. This is the kind of programming I do. Pre-planning? What's that? And the next one here is his Tales of Suburbia, which is basically, walking around in real life almost. But he's actually finally converted this one to use the P-copy technique so that it restores the background faster than he was, literally redrawing and repainting everything as he went. So I don't know if you guys remember the old version of it. I'll just play a little blip in here in the middle here type thing. I think he's got some music routines in here when you go between rooms a little bit too long. I don't know if he's planning on leaving them that way or if he's going to shrink them, or maybe he'll give it an option if you've been to this room once before, it's not going to bother playing the music. But it switches between a text mode to describe stuff, and you hit the joystick button to basically examine something. So it's going to be a completely joystick-based game. And it switches back to the graphics mode for walking around. But it does look better if you remember what the old one looked like. Let's play a little bit here. And he's taking some time to draw some pretty decent graphics for the res he's in, which I think is P-Mode 1. Now, it's still got the green box around the character because of the put. He's even got some animation on the candles on the mantelpiece there. But it's an interesting interface. I mean, it allows you to walk fully around in the scene, and it's kind of a pseudo 3D-ish look. Sometimes it's more of a 2D-ish look. To examine things, you walk up and you hit the button, like you just, walk into this character and it says your sister and wants to play cards, etc. But he's adding little animations, and the game is running smoother and faster than it was before once he switched it from draw statements to the put and p copy method. And I think it looks pretty good. I mean, it's definitely a different concept for an adventure game than I've seen before, especially on the CoCo. And I'm interested to see where he takes it now that he's learned some of these newer programming techniques and stuff too. So, and he's got multiple games on the go here. So he's like me, he takes on too many projects and you never finish any of them. But I think he's actually finished a few, so he's ahead of me. This one here. I will play a little bit of the intro, then I'll cut the sound out and let Ken explain, because this is a special episode of Canadian Retro Things.
Hey there, everybody, wherever you may be. I'm Ken. This is Canadian Retro Things. Welcome. It is time to celebrate a major channel milestone.
And I'll let Ken explain exactly what that is.
Okay, well, I just hit last week, I guess. I hit 1,024 subscribers, which is 2 to the power of 10. So I decided to do a special for that. Little bit different than the people that usually do the 1,000 subscriber special. So
yeah, you're a true computer geek going with a 2 to the power of 10.
Million subscribers.
So I basically just did this video where I talk a little bit about myself, answer a few questions about myself, and give a little tour of the utter unorganized mess of my basement.
Yeah, and your garage.
Yeah, and my
I didn't even realize you had stuff out in the garage.
Yeah, I had to expand when I bought some stuff at an auction a while ago.
How's that going over with the rest of the family that lives there?
They pretty much just let me have the basement. So yeah.
And the garage, it sounds like.
Well, just part of the garage. The garage is mostly full of everything from my old coffee shop, so it was pretty much unusable anyway. And they're all the shelving units from my coffee shop, so they're just full of computers now, computer stuff.
So you vastly improved it, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Do you sell virtual coffee there?
No, I'm out of the coffee game now.
All right.
Other than just drinking it.
Actually, one thing that surprised me is you mentioned you've kind of got a little side gig now for earning some money, and I didn't realize you were doing that. Do you want to mention that too? Because that's kind of cool.
Oh, so yeah, I decided to, I've gone into the movie business. I do background performing for TV and movies now, where just the guy that sits in the background of a scene eating spaghetti while the main characters are front and center talking. So
now, are you allowed to talk about any of the projects that you've actually have done this with, or?
I don't know. I don't mention them just because I don't want to get in any trouble, but I have done.
Not child friendly, is it?
Well, no, they're child friendly. I've done some
I'm imagining Disney... NDAs and stuff would be the big thing.
I've done some stuff for some Disney shows and some. Basically, I'll mention some of them as they get released. I just don't mention them before they're actually released. So
okay. And how long have you been doing this? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
Just a few months.
I was just wondering, what's it like chewing on 5-hour-old prop spaghetti?
You don't actually put any of that in your mouth.
Yeah, I'd be weighing 500 pounds, but take
if
42.
It's an interesting thing. If you watch the people in the background, often they're just sitting there. You'll twirl the food around, you'll bring it up to your mouth, and then start pretending to talk to the other person and set it down. And
kind of like your teenage daughter. Right?
Yeah.
So is it actually still real spaghetti, or is it prop spaghetti? It's some weird plastic thing.
I just use the spaghetti thing as an example. Like, I actually don't think I've ever had one where I've actually got spaghetti in front of me.
I like that Pac-Man arcade thing.
Yeah, that's my one-up arcade. It's got a bunch of Pac-Man.
Huh.
Pac-Man, Dig Dug, Mappy, a couple other different Pac-Mans, Galaga, Galaxian.
Got a comment from Texas Foosballer, one of the guys that frequents the Amigos quite often. He says, "Hello, everyone. Nice collection." So he saw some of your stuff in the garage, I guess.
I haven't gotten to the garage yet.
Yeah, and Foos is also part of the TSI group as well.
That's the team speaker.
There's the
regularly.
garage.
Whoops, I don't want closed captioning it.
So it means Ken is a professional extra.
Yep. We prefer to be called background performers.
Background.
So have any of the ones you've been on been released yet, or you still pretty well can't talk about any of them at this point?
No, I don't think anything I've been on has been released yet. So
Can you specify whether it's movie or TV related or both?
it's been all TV so far.
Is it Netflix stuff?
Disney, and other like just small commercial projects. And
Are you going to be on a Tubi commercial?
no, probably not.
I guess if you need any extra help, let us know.
Although the big thing, I guess, now that they just announced like yesterday is that new TV show, The Last of Us, is moving to Vancouver. So maybe I'll get to be a zombie next year.
You can be a zombie.
That's pretty well what you look like after the news is done anyway. So
Tell them about David.
There we go.
They make another horror picture, are they?
David comes with his own makeup.
Now,
So yeah,
Nick,
all those games you're seeing on the screen right now, I bought all of those in one shot from an auction. I think I paid $20 for all of those.
wow, that was a good deal.
Yep.
I hear you're going to make me hungry. These are some homemade cupcakes.
And Brian Weisler is kicking himself for missing out.
You'd
Next
have to
week you'll
travel
have
all
a-
the way to Vancouver to get them, though.
Next week you'll have a large one on that desk.
look at the Apple keyboard in the background on the left behind those the food.
You mean with
Yep.
the Mac Mini right under it?
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
one that has like
need one
20
like that.
function keys and it's a USB hub too, right?
Yeah.
I got one
Yeah,
of those.
I have one of those too.
I hate the new Mac keyboards, so
Yes.
I have the old ones that I just directly plug in.
Bill Noble's got my old one right now. I need to get it back.
I've got like 4 of those because they
Better
came
hide
up at
it,
an
Bill.
auction one time.
The new ones are the chiclet keys, aren't they?
Oh, they're just those little thin.
Yeah, they're
Right.
whopper
Yeah.
thin.
Like, stupid.
Ken, you need to show us your closet where you have all these different
Shirts.
shirts. Yeah.
The Hawaiian closet.
We tried it, but the camera exploded.
Hey,
Find
I
that keyboard
wanted
like
to,
that.
to show this because I wanted Ken to talk about some of the stuff in his collection. But I also wanted to congratulate him on hitting 1K subscribers. So
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Nice. Yes.
Definitely congratulations. I don't think I've even broken 10.
yeah, I haven't broken 50 yet, I don't think. Mine's been up for 15, 20 years. So you're doing better than me. Oh, before I
It's
get
the
on this
shirt.
one, I wanted to mention a couple corrections from last week, which I forgot because they're not a tab. So the first correction was the one last week we talked about a mini 6809, 609 board with serial ports and a PIA. That was that little tiny square card. That was Torsten Cito who posted about that on Facebook. He posts on Facebook under his wife's account, so because I don't cover him that often, I keep forgetting that. So I wanted to apologize and correct that was actually him. The second correction, Mike Miller let me know, and this was the post that I mentioned on the show about the history of the Dragon Dream Assembler and its development. And he mentioned that, and I think this one I confused the names when I was writing it down. But basically, the assembler was actually written by Mike Carey. Mike Miller is just the guy that cross-posted it between the Dragon and the CoCo groups. So it's actually Mike Carey that wrote Dream and has the explanation of how the whole thing came together and how he kept using the 6809 right into the 90s for ham radio and stuff. So my apologies to both Mike Carey and Mike Miller for the confusion there. Anyway, on after that, episode 94 of the CoCo Crew was just released yesterday. A few of the features mentioned in it, besides the regular features of news and stuff. Neil did a review of Space Marauder, which is by fellow Aussie to Nick Craig Stewart, and probably his main competition in the early days, because they both
Didn't
wrote
even
some
know
really
about
excellent games. What was that, Nick?
I didn't know about him back then, so
Well, you must have seen his stuff in Tandy.
I saw his stuff, but it wasn't really a competition as such.
Oh, okay. I know he
So what
he
did he
made
say?
a... Oh, good.
What does he say about the game in the review?
He quite liked it, and that is, I think, Craig's best game, honestly.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff moving the screen. Like, it's a very busy screen with lasers all over the place and explosion particle effects and all kinds of things. Basically 2 levels to it. And it was his second one that he won a programming contest, I think it was. Neil mentioned during that. Pursuit was the first one. Pursuit's a bit more. That game doesn't really enamor me as much, but Space Marauder's pretty good. Actually, quite impressive for the time period it came out, because it came out in 87 or 88. So it's fairly early on. And sold by Tandy as well, I think, along like your Donut Dilemma was at the time. So the other one was a discussion. And they titled it as Sharing Time at CoCo Fest. And when I read that, I had no idea what the hell they were talking about. But basically, and it's something I actually agree with. They're talking about some people come to the fests and they want to get stuff not just explained to them, but done for them. And I've had this myself, sometimes with Nitrous 9 stuff. They'll go up to somebody that's an exhibitor or somebody selling stuff, and they want to kind of like take their time. Like, I don't want to bother figuring out how to make a boot disk, or I don't want to figure out how to install this or whatever. Can you do it for me? Which, I mean, we most of us vendors and stuff are trying to be friendly. We would like to help you out. But I mean, when you're at a show, you want to see the rest of the show yourself. You've got, a lot of people coming out asking questions like this. And if you started doing that, you'd never get anything done. You wouldn't be able to see the rest of the show because you'd be busy doing this type of thing. So basically their emphasis was the fact that, maybe the show isn't the best place to get it done. Like, maybe ask, could I get some help later on that? And then you can do it through email or maybe through Discord or whatever else. And I think that's a good point, because I've had times where I've gone to the show, especially when Nitrous 9 was a commercial product, and back then it wasn't as easy to install as it is now. And, I'd get people that would they'd read the manual, if they even did that, and just say, yeah, I need it installed with this custom hardware here. Can you do that for me? And that's going to take me a good, 10, 15 minutes, possibly longer if I don't have the drivers for whatever particular hardware they had. And I did try to do that the first couple times, and then you find out you just blew half a day. You haven't been visiting with any other customers. You haven't talked to anybody else at the show, and it gets to be a bit overwhelming, and you kind of feel a little bit frustrated by it. So it's actually pretty good. It's kind of an etiquette piece, I guess. On it's okay to ask, and sometimes if it's a very quick thing, you could just go ahead and do it as part of customer support. But in other cases, just be polite and just tell the person, I don't really have time to do it at the show, but get in contact with me later, and we'll see what we can do, type thing. So not to reject them outright, but to basically at the show may not be the best time to do it. So I thought that was actually pretty good advice. So I wanted to mention that. And for you other vendors out there, have you guys ever had that problem too, where you get somebody that wants so much help with so many things that basically you're like half your day's gone?
Not at CoCo Fest. VCF though.
Oh, okay. Is that on the Apple II side of things?
No, actually, it was a Commodore thing.
Oh.
I see Ken's mentioned at the bottom down there.
Yeah, they were covering his series of if you just picked up a real one, for the first time or the first time in years and years, whatever you got, what can you do with it type thing? How do you get it set up?
Yeah, the vendors I know of that would still be overwhelmed now would be people like when Richard Boys on Tech was doing the hardware rework to fix CoCos or upgrade them for the 6309s, or Cloud9 Mark there, and I don't know, is Frank coming to CoCo Fest this year?
He's his keynote speaker, sure as hell hope so.
Okay. so if he if he even does anything hardware repair, or
he just responded to this in chat, so I can read you the answer afterwards, but go ahead.
So people like that spend their whole entire time just working on that stuff, I could see how that could sometimes be overwhelming.
Yeah. I mean, Mikey in the chat says, yes, he's had that too. And he says drive wire help. And that, that can be a bit complicated setup, especially if we're not that familiar with drive wire. How to set up the server, how to get the CoCo up to it, how do you install the drivers to get that to go? How do you switch STC DOS to use drive wire, etc.? And then Frank says, that's what we normally do. We can do quick things like CPU upgrades, but that's it. People want us to diagnose their machines at shows, but we always tell them to come contact us later. Because you don't know how deep of a dive you're going to have to go, right?
Because that can be a rabbit hole.
And even our guy Sloopy, he spent his whole CoCo show installing stuff, and I still have this that he didn't get installed in time.
Yeah, and that actually rubs
From
some people
last
the wrong
year,
way.
coming to chase him.
Yeah. I guess the other thing is too is that the vendors themselves have to make sure they don't overcommit. And I think that happened to him. I think that one year in particular, he was just, he's constantly on the go doing stuff, and they just ran out of time.
Always.
And some people were pretty upset. And I guess because you were promised, this will be ready by Sunday, and it's not. In fact, it didn't get done at all. Then, I thought I'd be a bit upset too, I think. But just don't bite off more than you can chew, I guess.
Last time I went to...
And don't be angry if they have to say no.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, be courteous and polite about it, and just ship the computer or leave it with them to ship back to you. Or I've done that before, vendors.
That was a whole different deal.
What was that, Rick?
Nothing. That was a whole different deal. I didn't mean to go there.
Okay. Sorry, Ron, you were saying something too? Or?
The last CoCo Fest I went to, I brought 2 multi-packs, and Cloud9 updated both of them, during or around the show. So when
well, like Frank said, if it's a fairly quick upgrade for them, then they'll do it at the show. But if it's something like my machine's broke, I don't know what's wrong with it. The screen comes up with at signs. I mean, you might get lucky and it can take you 15 minutes. Oh, it's the one chip that's gone, but it could be a broken trace. It could be all kinds of things. So they could literally blow an entire day figuring out one computer.
Frank says, I ain't bringing my scope.
What's that?
Frank says, I ain't bringing my scope.
Yeah, I'm not looking at my scope with me. That's for sure.
That's a good move.
Yeah, and he also just added those that tend to be rude or snotty about our response. We tell them to go somewhere else, and that's true.
What they should do is have 5 or 6 color computer 2s and 3s. Then when you come in and say this doesn't work, can you fix it for me? And then you reach under and you say, here's the other machine. It'll be $140, and you've got a machine that works. I'll fix your old one later.
Yeah, if you outright sell it, but the thing is, CoCo 3s in particular are getting to be rare. And honestly, would you do it for 140 when you could sell it on eBay for 500 in a day?
Right.
Until we get these replacement boards fully up and going with replacement gimmies, etc., I don't know if that would quite work yet. Unfortunately, it's a good idea.
Yeah, the replacement boards is what I'm waiting on, like Pedro's CoCo 2 and CoCo 3 boards. That's going to be handy, because I'd like to do the 8-bit guy. I'd like to make a ZIF CoCo 3 where every one of the main component chips is in a ZIF socket, so you can just pop one out and pop another one in and test it.
As long as Rick's alive, we have a solution for keyboards.
Other things.
How you feeling, Rick?
Yeah. Well, there's actually 2 options, because Ed Snyder also has his. That's what I've got in my machine over here too.
Yeah.
So. But that's a complete replacement keyboard. Rick is actually upgrading the existing ones.
And there's a time and place for both of those.
Next up, we have Lococo Strangiato, as he calls himself on YouTube. That's Robert Emery, I believe, is his real name. And he goes by Coconut Bob, I think, on Discord. And he's coming to his... what story was that?
Or Bacon Fire Bob.
Oh, I didn't hear that. What's Bacon Fire Bob?
It's a side story. He had an accident while doing, I think, a tailgating party.
Oh, because I've done bacon fires. I've actually found that the light bulbs over the stove can melt.
Imagine it in the back of your truck. Yeah.
It's like soldering to me. Anyway, he put this video here, and this is going to be his very first fest he's ever been to, and he's actually going to be bringing this machine down with these LEDs installed. It's only a 2.5-minute video, so I think I'll just play the whole thing. It's kind of a sneak preview what he's going to have showing off the fest, and I think it's a good idea. I even responded in the comments in here, because some people are going, it's kind of nice having LEDs. What do you do with them? And I think Frank Swigert, the publisher of the world of 6-8 Micros back in the day, he actually said, he'd like to see some practical use. So obvious first one would be like as a power LED, because the CoCo doesn't have one. so you can tell if it's actually plugged in already and turned on or whatever. And I had a couple of from the TC9 days that we used the PC AT keyboard, and it has 3 lights: scroll lock, num lock, and caps lock. And Bill and I wrote when we did the version 2 drivers, we put the caps lock, of course, meant caps lock was on. Num lock meant num lock was on. That doesn't apply to the CoCo. But we also had we use a scroll lock to indicate the keyboard mouse is on or off under OS 9. And if you hit clear to go through your windows, it'll actually turn on and off as per Windows. So you can tell which windows have it on and which windows have it off. And that actually proved to be quite helpful because some of your arrow keys and stuff don't work properly on a text screen if the keyboard mouse is accidentally turned on or vice versa. So I think, and then because we already did that in the drivers, I already know pretty well how to do that. It'd be pretty easy to implement that. We just need a way to control the lights. So I'll be talking with them at the show here, but I would love to do that as an upgrade. I was planning on doing that with the Boys and Techs because they had some LED programmable lights on his, was it on the 2 meg board that he had on the Boomerang?
The DAT board has the LED on it. And that was, God, I can't remember offhand. I've got somewhere some basic code for demoing that feature, but that was something that would that was a default option that if you put the CoCo 3 into high speed mode, the color of the LED would change, so you knew when you was in high speed or low speed. And that
for 9% that doesn't apply. We're always in high speed, man.
Paul Barton did that too. Paul Barton loved LEDs.
My problems with the Boys and Tech one is that I only had one LED. So if I want to do multiple functions, like say caps lock and keyboard mouse, for example, I'd have to do it by colors because I know his was a programmable color one, but then you have to memorize like what colors what because it's all the same light. And the other two is that the light didn't mount outside of the case; it was in the inside, and I hated to have to peer over to look, into the.
Who has
the case
cases?
Screws cases, whatever.
If I remember right, I think there was a jumper on the board that went to the LEDs as well, and you could piggyback that and put it outside. But
yeah,
I don't.
Well, the thing
have
is
a
with
gap
Bob's
in
is you'll soon see in this video here, you can mount this without having to touch the case at all. These perfectly fit in the little vent slots, so you don't have to do any cutting, soldering, drilling, nothing. So this is a better solution for me. Plus, it brings the lights out to where you can see them without having to peer into the case to see what they are. So I'll play the video. It's kind of a promo for both the fest and for meeting Bob because I've never met him in real life before either, since he hasn't made it to a fest before. But it's a pretty cool idea.
Well, hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. I'm Coconut Bob, and this is just a quick update to remind everyone that CoCo Fest is coming up fast. We got about 2 or 3 weeks left, and those of you who saw my CoCo 3P in-depth video, I'll throw a link to it up somewhere. Those of you who saw that video know that I do like my power LEDs, and it always bothered me that color computers didn't come with one. So this is going to be what I'm doing at CoCo Fest. I will be bringing some 3mm square LEDs that sit right in these little square holes. You can go on this side too, but these are the ones that I chose because it looks neat. And
yeah, it does.
Let's just see.
Yeah, it almost looks like they were designed that way.
Here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
It is what those holes are
for.
Only 30 years later, we finally
orange,
figured it
yellow,
out.
Green, blue, green, and blue. Sorry, they didn't have purple, or I would have loaded up. Just to show you, these are very simply run off the 5 volts right down here, close to the supply. And this can be unplugged easily. I'm not going to be putting 6 power lights in every computer. This is just for demonstration purposes. And these are running 1K resistors. 6? They're actually rated for.
We can do 12. There's more holes on the other side of the case, isn't there?
Yeah.
100 ohms approximately. But they were just entirely too bright. So I went with a 1K because that's pretty reasonable. Looks good to the eye. You can also use an LED for a turbo light and one for a floppy indicator, or, whatever you wanted to use them for. Doesn't just have to be power,
he said
but that
floppy.
is my recommended usage. Anyway, just showing you guys what I've got, and looking forward to the CoCo Fest. This will be my very first CoCo Fest ever, and I'm looking forward to meeting some friendly faces and shaking some hands and talking CoCo. So So I hope to see you there. Cheers.
Go CoCo for CoCo Fest.
What would be interesting is that there's a circuit for the turbo on the CoCo 3 that also works on the CoCo 1 and 2, but it'd be nice if there was an updated one that can handle the third speed that when you're using a Gimme X. So that way you could know when you're in normal, CoCo 3 turbo, and then the extreme turbo of the Gimme X.
Tricolor turbo LED. Yeah.
You used the real bright one for that last one.
I can't remember if there's something like that already designed into it. I was trying to look here quickly, but I'll have to ask Ed. No, it's a good idea. And if they can get the lights of the programmable, maybe have a memory address where you can just, 1 bit per light or something like that. I would definitely put it in for some of the stuff in Nitrous 9, because that was really handy to have on the TC9.
At first, I thought of it was like a breakout board for serial communications, or no, it would be parallel, wouldn't it? Maybe parallel.
Yeah, but you can use it for a lot of things. Like he's mentioning, like floppy drive access light or SDC light, power light. Some of the stuff I mentioned for Nitrous 9 for caps lock and keyboard mouse, or there's a ton of things you can just let your imagination run wild. The power one, you'd obviously just tap right off the power type thing. You wouldn't need to do any programming things for it. But if you can make some of them programmable, I would love to be able to control some of that from. You can even use it in games like Red Alert and Star Trek. The red light comes on, green it's condition clear type thing. You could do all kinds of things.
Christmas lights.
Yeah. Anyway, looking forward to meeting you at the show, Bob.
Jason,
He's in
you're
the chat
making me feel bad, Jason.
Why?
Because you're driving a Dodge Journey. I have one and I can't drive it.
It's junk.
I've been there too, but they just figured out that you have to take the wheel off to replace the battery.
Yeah, that happens.
Actually, Ron, since you brought it up here, for people that aren't on your Facebook group, do you want to explain what happened to you?
Yeah, Sunday night between 6 p.m. and Monday morning 6 a.m. they took my Dodge Journey out of my driveway.
They wanted to borrow your car.
Yeah, and my wife got up about 6 and left and went. And she volunteers at a horse ranch and came back at 9, and that's when we saw it was gone. So we called the police, and it must have been on the line with them for I don't know how long. First I called 911, and then they say, no, call this number. It's it's non-emergency. So it didn't work. So I went right downtown to the police and filed a report, then called my insurance company. And so 3 days later, we got a call at like 6:10 p.m. And they said, we found your van. It's in Mesa, which is about 30 miles from where we live. And they said it's been there a couple of days. So could you come? And so we went there, and it wouldn't start because they had the dash all torn up, and the switch where you turn on the car was pulled out, and there was wires hanging down. And they also found 2 bullets in the car, 2 live rounds, 9mm, and 1 spent round. So while we were waiting for the car, the police were saying that they're going to run prints on the car if you could just wait. And then they said we might have a truck come with I don't know, they must have evidence scanning ability or something, whatever. And then they
Crime
said,
processing.
Yeah, and then they said they weren't coming because there wasn't any drive-bys at the time that the van was missing. So we had the truck towed back, and guy at in the Fountain Hills, the repair shop said that they popped a fuse when they were playing around with the wires, and that's why the vehicle didn't move anymore. So they just pushed it off the road. When we were there waiting for the truck, this lady comes out of her house, and she goes, Yeah, and she's got a wine glass in her hand. She goes, yeah, we noticed this truck was here a couple of days, you know. And I said, did you notice on the back it says, you know, the Tandy computer stuff, and right above that it says Delvaux observatory.com. Did you think of looking that up? And she goes, no, I never thought of doing that. Jeez. You just kind of like to pop her one in the head, you know?
Boy, your car had quite an adventure.
Yeah.
Faster in both lanes.
Now, is it functional now, or is it still not working?
The guy at the auto place, he said he was able to hook the wires up. He called Chrysler and got an idea of where the wires go. And he got it powered up enough to roll the windows up, because 3 windows were down, and he was able to lock the car because it's sitting outside right now, waiting for the State Farm guys to come and appraise what's wrong with it.
Oh, okay. So it's still a work in progress.
Yeah. So now, and they called and said they won't be there till Wednesday. So I got a Jeep Compass that I'm driving around in, you know, for rental. So
how embarrassing.
Yeah. It's tough.
Oh, well, I'm glad they found it at least. But...
Yeah. You know, last time I had a car stolen was 1978. I had a 68 Dodge Charger in the street, and my wife comes out to go to work, and she says, your car, where did you park your car? It's out front. Says, no, it ain't. We go out there, it's nowhere to be found. So 3 days after that happened, I was lettering in a large arena, sports arena. There was signs up on the top, you know, that I worked on. And a guy that runs the Zamboni in the place, he comes up to see me and he goes, "Yeah, you own a Dodge Charger, don't you?" And I go, "Yeah." And he says, "You're not going to believe this, but in my mother's garage, somebody was messing around with a car. She flashed the lights, called the police, and they came out, and it was a Charger in the garage. Then they started taking it apart." And he says, "It's over at police impound." He says, "Why don't you go see if it's yours?" I said, "Okay, thanks." You know, so I put my stuff away, went over there. Sure enough, that's my car, and it's in the impound. And the police says, "You can have it." The doors and the hood and the trunk lid were inside the car. They had the windows down.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and the police says, "You can't put it back together here. You have to put it back together in the street over there." I said, "Okay." So we had to take the doors and stuff out. It drove. I drove it into the street, and we brought the stuff over. No bolts to put the doors on with, because they were probably still in the garage. So we had to go to a junkyard, get bolts, come back. And then I'm putting the car together. You know, my brother's helping me. We're holding the door and we're bolting it on, and people are coming by going, "Hey, what are you doing to that car there? What are you doing?" I said, "What does it look like? I'm putting my car back together."
I bought one of these cars as a kit.
Yeah. That was really something. Yeah, I was glad to have it back. No.
Yeah. This is why I buy a Ford Focus. Nobody ever steals those.
Yeah, well, I didn't think, you know, mine's 13 years old and 150,000 miles on it. Who would want it?
I just can't believe someone would steal a Dodge Journey.
But they
you have
had
the
to
push
leave
button start. I don't know how they even started it. I'm kind of curious how they started the push button start without the key.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I told the police. You know, the car's in my next to the garage. It's off. There's, you know, the windows are up, and there's no keys in there. It's locked. How did they get it? And then when in my particular car, when you back down the driveway, the brakes squeak real loud. You know, they squeak. You know, they make noise. We didn't hear anything, and my 6-year-old, 8-year-old dog is snoring away. She don't hear nothing, you know. And they steal it. So they must have either brought a flatbed up there and loaded it up, or what. I don't know. The windows weren't broken. You know, I've seen on Facebook where people have taken a bathroom flushing thing, stick it on the window and pull the window down enough to unlock it. maybe that happened.
So-
I have no
so-
clue.
The big crime here is that they left it where it could be found.
Yeah, because the
Otherwise, you could have got a new one.
yeah, exactly.
Well, at least you have the fastest little Jeep you ever owned.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, let's
So-
get back to the CoCo stuff now.
Yeah. Well, this is a CoCo story because the truck that was stolen had my other computer is a Tandy Color Computer 3 on the both sides and the back.
Yeah, you figured that would have scared off thieves right off the
Yeah,
bat, right?
right. This guy's a computer.
This guy's a
guy.
geek.
Yeah, we're not taking it.
Anyhow, back to the CoCo news. So next one here is a video by Louis Bulick. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. He's a Brazilian owner. I think from his tags, it looks like he probably has a CP400, but he's just starting his very first video related to the CoCo, and he's actually tackled the semi-language programming as his first thing. So that's jumping in with both feet in the deep end. And he's got it for the people that are on the audio here. It's got the Bill Barden book, Tier Study Color Computer Semi-Language Programming on the right, and he's got a modern text editor just doing a very quick demo, and it's in Portuguese. So I turned on Google Translate, but which you can do as well. I won't actually play too much of the video, but I'll just show the result of the thing here because basically it's just a little loop, and all it does is it draws all 256 VDG characters on the screen at once.
No problems. Dennis. Você imediatamente fez.
And there you can see it's got all the inverse characters, the regular characters, and then all the graphics characters. So just a very quick little bit there, but it's probably one of the ones that a lot of us tried for our first semi-language program if you start on the CoCo 1 and 2 or even on the CoCo 3 in Dis Basic.
He's missing a row.
Yeah, I think the OK prompt ended
The
up being where
OK
the cursor
cleared
is.
it, yeah.
But it's cool to see. But somebody's deciding to tackle machine language on the CoCo as their first project to do. And also the fact that he originally had it on the CP400. He's using an emulator in this case, of course, XWord in particular. But it's cool to see that people are still trying to pick up the assembly language thing because it's once you get over the initial humps and understanding how the whole thing works, how registers work, how memory locations work, it gets easier. That's an initial hump. I think is the hard part.
It does.
Next up, Fred. Now, would you pronounce that Rick? Rick? I'm not sure. My apologies if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Posted in the CoCo group on Facebook that he's done a rewrite update of Basic Dignified, which we covered some months ago. And that's a tool to help write basic programs in modern programming editors like Visual Studio and Sublime Text. And he's got a GitHub for the project. And he's also got a quick video showing it in action. So if you go to the show notes on the Discord here, you can get the link to the Facebook post here itself. And you can also get a link to his GitHub, which actually has some examples, etc. And then the video, it's only a 30-second video, so I thought I'd show it. So basically, he's editing in this modern editor environment, IDE, and then he has it automatically fire up the emulator and run it. And you'll notice he's running on Mac.
A grunt. Nick.
I was interested, then it went downhill.
So he created a little basic program here that drew some lines, and he's got a circle that you can drag around the screen using the joystick or mouse. So anyway, just a quick little thing, and that works on a variety of platforms, not just the Mac. It just happens to be what he's using. But we've seen a lot of these cross IDE type things there for the CoCo lately. There's actually several templates for Notepad++ for doing like OS 9 stuff, for doing Dis Basic stuff, for doing 6.9 assembly language, etc. That's all color coded by instruction type, etc. So a lot of cool
What
stuff
actually
happening.
is the plus mean?
I think it's probably because it was originally intended to be like a C++ editor. That was kind of a play on it. Or maybe there was a Notepad Plus and a Notepad regular before that. I'm not sure.
Well, Notepad was Microsoft, and the Notepad Plus was like an enhanced version written by somebody else.
And then plus is what?
Oh, probably enhancements to that too, I'd imagine.
Because I know Notepad gets like updates almost every friggin' week.
Notice he picked up Visual Studio, which is the thing I use. So I'll have to go look at this.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty good for that kind of thing. And you can set it up scripted wise so that you can have it fire up the emulator with the code you just edited as a disk image and just go right into running it, trying it out. I think it's similar to what Rick Adams does, though he does it through the the VI style editors, etc., rather than a full IDE.
It's just not the same without that nuclear green in the background.
Well, you can use the dark mode Mac he was using then, Nick. Next up, now this one covers both the Dragon and the CoCo. I threw it in the CoCo section because it is cross between both platforms. But John Whitworth of Dragon Plus Electronics has posted some updates and screenshots showing his mini Dragon RGB board, which because of its small physical size should actually fit into a CoCo as well. And you can see a screenshot here. It's coming out super crisp and clean. And here's an actual zoom up of the adapter to do it. So it's actually very small. It's almost like a little satellite socket almost for the VDG chip itself. And basically it taps off and gives you RGB signal so you can hook it up to a more modern display.
Well, what does that mean, RGB? Is that like it'll run on a CM8?
I'm sure you could probably adapt it if it's analog. I'm not positive exactly.
So it's VGA, in other words.
Yeah.
Well, VGA is digital. VGA doesn't have analog. That's multiple pins to handle your voltage outputs.
You're mistaken, Curtis.
Oh, am I?
VGA is RGB.
No, it is RGB, but it's digital RGB, not analog RGB.
No, that's analog.
That's
Oh, is it?
DVI.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm getting mixed
DVI
up.
is digital. VGA is analog.
Remember
Okay.
before that CGA and MGA and EGA and probably PGA were all digital, not analog. VGA was the first analog for the PCs.
Okay. So I'm getting the generations mixed up.
So do you think this is similar to what CoCo VGA does?
No.
There's
This is just
VGA.
converting the
Right, he's
signals
feeding
at the
PJ out. So
MC. This is just converting the 6847 signals to an RGB, which is
Yeah, whereas the CoCo VGA is actually letting you redefinable character sets, 64 column mode, extra graphics modes, and a whole bunch of extra stuff that this doesn't do at all.
I imagine this one is just mostly just passives.
It's just that when you say RGB, it's
I think there's a chip on the bottom.
It's like
Yes.
an orphan.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Like a
well,
splitter.
this breakout goes to a little board he's got that actually makes the RGB signals that will let you make.
Oh,
That
okay.
was
That's
video.
where it's happening.
So that's what we're not seeing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, is that what this picture is about?
There it is.
Yeah, there's the magic.
That's it.
Well,
That's
then
where the
it-
magic's happening. Yeah.
So it is more like a CoCo VGA.
Well, and then it's feeding out more of a. Well, not CoCo VGA. VGA is a whole different thing. This is feeding out a VGA-like signal, I'm sure, which doesn't necessarily have anything to do with CoCo VGA, which is maybe also feeding out a VGA-like signal, but they're not related.
But
So,
the CoCo VGA that he's talking about is like a product name. That's the name
Right.
of the project. It does more than just video. It does character definitions. So
well said.
Yeah, it's kind of like the
It's a
CoCo
different-
DV from
yeah,
Alan, because he also has other things added to it too.
This is cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next up, Robert Moore put this interesting one. He said he got some new shelving units recently, decided to put some real valuables on it. Greatest caption ever. So he's got this 4-shelf unit. He's got a CoCo 1 on the bottom. Looks like a later one because of the centered Radio Shack logo. CoCo 2 with melted keyboard, a CoCo 3, and then a CoCo Pi, or CoCo 3.14, as he calls it, which I thought's a more clever name. Anyway, I thought that was kind of cool. Nice display case actually for CoCos.
Yeah.
Are they all plugged
Fits
into
with an
one
SSD.
monitor?
Well, if it's switcher, you probably could, yeah. Next up, we have an update from Kieran. So we mentioned last week that Kieran's working on some experimental bits on a side branch of XRoar to do better composite video processing, where he's adding in a whole bunch of controls for like brightness and contrast and color adjustments and all kinds of things. And this is a deep dive into what he's doing on that experimental branch of XRoar. And he starts mentioning all the different things that you could set and change and the differences between NTSC, PAL-AM, etc. This is going way above my pay grade. I can't even get VGA straight, so you can imagine how bad I'll be at this. And then he's got some sample pictures. Now he's not, from what I've seen of his comments on it on Discord, he's not quite happy with it yet. He's still doing some improvements to it, but it's definitely getting there. And eventually he wants us to be able to handle like NTSC colors perfectly fine, plus the PAL stuff. I'm missing the PAL artifacting, which is vertically based. So I know it's available as a download if you guys want to try it. Give him some feedback. Next up, Barry Nelson has released a side branch version of MAME himself here for version 0.252. I believe 0.253 is the current one. And this has a couple of changes that he kind of customized. One is to use a floppy controller in any multi-pack slot instead of having to be slot 4. I believe it's the current limit. And he's also allowing the floppy controller to use a custom RGB DOS ROM. Currently, just the Windows binary is set up right now because his Mac died, apparently. But I'm thinking like the custom RGB DOS ROM, I think that's because doesn't MAME do some sort of a checksum or CRC check on a ROM and it won't let you run it if it's not officially approved one?
That's an annoying feature.
Okay, so he's basically made a version that disables that so it will be less annoying, right? David?
I guess I haven't used his stuff, so I don't know.
Okay. Because that was something that's always annoyed me too, especially when you download a new version of MAME. The ROM hasn't changed since 1980 and it would still report a problem. I don't know how the hell that worked, but
just wait until you see what I just saw committed to the next MAME stuff related to the CoCo floppy controller. There's like a whole bunch of different ROMs that can be loaded into it. So who knows?
You mean like HBDOS, RGB DOS, ADOS 3, ADOS 3 extended, that kind of thing?
Yes, I saw a whole listing for ADOS, ADOS-40,
CDOS,
ADOS-80. There's all kinds of different labels for ROMs. And I'm like, all righty then.
So for those of you interested in using a customized one that don't have to try to get around that stupid CRC check, this definitely has that. And if you want your floppy controller in a slot other than 4, you can get that as well. It's only 1 point release off the current release, I believe, so it's pretty well up to date everywhere else. And then speaking of the CoCo Pi project, Ron Klein has posted a couple of updates that you can automatically get if you have the CoCo Pi, which runs on a Pi 3, Pi 4, Pi 400. The new MAME 2.253 is one. Now, that does not include the floppy ROM changes you're talking about, David, right? That's going to be an upcoming one?
I'm going to assume it will be in the next version because, like I said, I just saw it posted like 4 o'clock in the morning when I got home, at least for me, and I updated MAME, and it's like, ooh, what is this?
Okay, yeah, because he mentions here in his little comment on the 0.253 package available for the CoCo Pi, he says, I did not see any updates related specifically to our CoCo or cousins, but there are many updates to MAME itself. Now, what you just described is quite a few updates for the CoCo, so I'm assuming this is not quite there yet. And then he's got the new work in progress version of X4 that we just talked about from Kieran with the, adjusting the color filters and stuff like that to get the best display. Now, he mentions here a couple other things that's also in this new version of X4 that's not involving the composite video fixing up. He adds initial support for middle button paste for a 3-button mouse, I would guess. The brightness, saturation, contrast we talked about already. New tape control and drive control windows in the Windows UI. An experimental snapshot replacing CVBS emulation for testing feedback only. So Karen's looking obviously for some input on those features there. So Karen's very active in our Discord, is usually in our chat as well. So if any of you are interested in doing that and actually helping him out with some of the debugging and figuring out what's working, what's not, please contact him. He's known as Sixie, Sixxie in our Discord. Next up, Henry Reitfeld, who will be at the fest as well this year, did a crossing the streams type of thing with retro computer video. So you guys may have heard of the Naboo, which was a network computer based out of Ottawa, Canada, in 82, 83, somewhere around there. that didn't really get sold anywhere else. It's kind of like the Play-Doh was more in the Chicago area that Mark was mentioning earlier. And what he's done here is he's actually hooked up his FD502, which is the double-sided 360K 5.25-inch floppy drive system that Tandy sold, to his Naboo, so he can install and load PC or CPM version 3, which he then logged into back from his CoCo 3. So he's using Tandy and Naboo back and forth like crazy. It's just under a minute, so I'll just play the whole thing. He's usually pretty quiet, so I'm going to crank the volume up a bit here.
This is just a quick video showing you guys my Naboo PC with Tandy CoCo FD502 disk drive connected to it. And I'm running CPM 3.0, and I'm running it out to my Tandy Color Computer 3 and using my CoCo 3 as a terminal. So that's just my Naboo PC using a Tandy Color Computer disk drive to load CPM, and my Tandy Color Computer 3 being used as a CPM terminal.
That's definitely crossing streams between a couple of retro platforms. It looks like his CoCo 3 is actually, it's all up an LED monitor, but it does look like he's running it in composite mode due to all the artifact coloring of the characters and stuff here. Not quite sure if he just doesn't have something to convert it to, decent quality RGB, but it would definitely look a lot better with a full RGB style link up. I don't know if he's bringing this system down to the fest. I would love to see the Naboo in person. I've seen Taylor and Amy cover it, and Aaron cover it, and a few other people cover it, but I've never seen one in real life, so that'd be cool to see. Next up, Jay's Vintage Junk. Released a video on YouTube showing how he modified his CoCo 2. Now, his CoCo 2 is the UK PAL version to composite video output without drilling any holes in the case to mount the RCA connectors. This is an over an hour long video, so I'm obviously not going to play it. But as he mentioned, most of the composite upgrades that are listed for the CoCo 2 are based on the NTSC system. Now, I was going to ask you, Nick, I know we had kits and we had the educational versions of the CoCo 2 here in North America that schools and stuff are buying that did have the composite built right from Tandy. Did you guys have such a thing on the PAL ones?
No, nothing like that.
Okay. So basically it goes through and it's kind of a try by trying type thing. So he does a few things and some things don't quite work the way he's expected, etc. And at the very beginning of the video here, you can see he's got a shot on the actual TV just with the regular RF out. But he basically goes through and he figures it all out and then eventually gets up and running. And then his CRT died in the middle of it. So he had to switch over to different monitors. You can't really compare apples to apples. But it looks nice and clean. It's definitely cleaner than the RF signal was.
A nice, fairly decent, fairly clear image there.
So anyway, if you want to learn how to do that upgrade, he actually kind of goes through step by step explaining how to do it. If you want to upgrade your CoCo 2 PAL version, I assume this would work the same between the Aussie and the UK version. I don't think there's any difference between the PALs there.
Yeah.
I know there's PAL M and a few things in some other countries that is a little bit different. I don't know if it would affect this or not, though.
Is it a little board he puts in, or how? Does he show the board, or?
This is all hardware. It just went over my head anyway, so.
You're on fire. Oh, wow. It goes right into the...
And Nick, you'll have to watch the hour-long video to find out.
Yeah. Get back to us on that next week, Nick, after you watch it all. Anyway, it's pretty cool because, I mean, the CoCo 2 PAL version, aside from Australia, it wasn't that popular in the UK because they were so overpriced compared to the Dragon, which had a better keyboard, that I don't think it really sold all that well. So, kind of nice to see that it getting a bit of love. Next up, we have Yagi Boat on YouTube. I have no idea what that stands for. So he released a video of him test driving his CoCo 2 that he just picked up. The sound doesn't seem to be working on it, unfortunately, because he goes through a bunch of games and stuff here, and he actually had to load them from cassette from his PC. He doesn't have any sort of media. He doesn't have a drive wire cable. He doesn't have a cassette cable. He doesn't, or a cassette drive. doesn't have an STC, doesn't have floppy drives, etc. So he actually had to run it all across on tape. But he goes through and demonstrates a couple of games, and his artifact coloring stuff's working. He, I think, asks a question in the video here about, possibly retrobrighting it, because as you can see in the picture here, it's quite yellowed of a case. That's probably one of the worst yellowings I think I've seen. But he seems to be enjoying it. He'd never had a CoCo before, and you can see he's got some other retro stuff there on the table. But he quite liked some of the games that he went through and tried here. He tried stuff like Puyan and Lancer and Pegasus the Phantom Riders and Demolition Derby and a few others. And he seems to be pretty impressed with it. So sounds like he's going to continue trying to use it with some other things to try to get some sort of a mass storage solution. So I suggest the CoCo STC, of course, in the comments. And our last two bits here are on the MC10. And this is Robert Sieg. So he said, remember pandemic? No, the program I wrote in February of 2019, not the plague we had here the last few years. He says, here's a high resolution design of a low resolution screen if I allow zooming. So basically these are map screens. And he's kind of like mapping out this game. He's got river systems, tractors, houses, little bits of cactus or something here. And then he did a second post here too with some further extension of the maps here, even shrunk down a bit more. I'll zoom it up here so it's a bit easier to see. But he's actually got his daughter Rhiannon helping along with this too. So it looks like he's actively getting into this game design again. I'm not sure what the game exactly involves, but the graphics actually look pretty decent. This could be some sort of strategy game. It could be an RPG style game. I'm not quite sure exactly what he's shooting for here. But considering this is all P Mode 1 graphics, it actually looks pretty good. I mean, these are obviously putting multiple P Mode 1 screens beside each other to do a full-size map, kind of like Erico and Buck Owen / Steve Rasmussen did for stuff on my webpage, where I've now got full maps of Tut's Tomb, Shock Trooper, and all 10 levels of Dragon Slayer now on my site. And it's kind of the same thing. You take all the screens and you put them together to make a big map. So looking forward to the game here. It looks pretty good, and I'm glad he's actually got his family involved in helping make the graphics for it. And that is the end of the news for today.
Wakey.
Yeah. But you're already awake, Nick, so no one's really asleep.
So was there any product updates or acquisitions? I know Brian said he might have been able to get on if it was a certain time, but he knew about the interview, so I'm guessing he's not. Does anybody else have any product updates or acquisitions? Like Rick, do you have an update on your network stuff? I know you had some STC problems or something.
Oh, well, we're still struggling along with that, but basically people are buying stuff. People aren't going to the fest are buying stuff, so I have to take care of them. And then still have stuff to sell at the fest, so I'm just soldering my little tushy off. Here is burned back pretty far. Jason's saying, yeah, me too.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Jason, have you actually put up for pre-order this time for the first time? Has that been working well for you?
I got like one pre-order, and the pre-orders are closed now, so I have time to. But I only got like one, so okay. I'm bringing stuff to the show. I've been working a lot to get that done, and we're just a few weeks away now.
Yeah.
Are you going to have the little black boxes with you?
3 weeks.
There's all kinds of little black boxes. Depends on which one you're talking about.
For the switcheroo.
Yeah, the ones with the Australian names on them.
That narrowed it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a...
You never know.
Erico in the chat is mentioning, they said the Dragon's Lair is really impressive. He said you should show it online. Do you guys want to see it? It's all Steve Rasmussen's work. I just put it on my page. But if you guys want to, I can share it. That'll be my project update. I've been updating my website fairly regularly lately.
Ooh. Okay, but we're at 4.25 hours, so.
Yeah, what's another hour?
It's getting to be dinner time.
Oh, we go to 5.25 hours then.
That was last week.
Yeah, we had an interview. I knew this one was going to go a bit long, so. Okay, let me share. I don't need to worry about sound. So I've been doing little updates as I go through various little things, including a couple rediscovered games that I thought were permanently lost, which is cool. That's part of where Jeff has kind of spurred me on to do, is try to hunt these things down. I've been going through all my discs. I won't bother showing you here, but I just found another pack of about 150 that I'm going to be going through today and tomorrow. But I've actually rediscovered about 5 games that I didn't know I had and are not in the archive. And I've discovered some utility programs and accounting software and all kinds of stuff that's also not in the archive. So I'm gradually getting those done as well. So if you guys have looked at the archive lately, about the last 20 entries are all mine. So I've been busy. Let's go over to Dragon Slayer here. So that's the complete level 1, 4x4 screens. And this is the one that has infamously on the bottom right here, it has TM for Atomic Software, who actually did it. Anything you see in blue bricks, those are the dark rooms you need the flashlight to go through. So it actually shows you the map fully. You'll never see that in the actual game. You'll just see the little tunnel you can see from your flashlight. And there's level 2 with a bunch of money in the lower left corner. I kind of faintly remember. Level 3. Level 4.
Hope they got the extra
5.
batteries for those flashlights.
Well, you get new ones every time, so. Level 6.
Kind of reminds me of like the level maps you'd see like in Nintendo Power back in the day.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've got editors for some of the games too, like Gauntlet 2, actually somebody hacked together an editor. You can actually go edit the maps in those if you wanted to. This one is kind of interesting. I've never been this high as level 7 here. But basically the entire thing, except for the first and last room, is all in the dark. So it's all like, pick up your flashlight here and figure your way through this whole mess until you get over here.
Don't call it level 7, call it screens 97 through 112.
Yeah. There's level 8. Level 9. And then the final level, level 10. Where you've got fire and too many bags and another fire, then your exit. And I think that's where you slay the dragon. So anyway. But if you want to see the other ones, you can definitely go check out the site. And I'm trying to keep things up to date here. I've got, I think, pretty well 1981 is as much up to date as I can get until I go through these discs if I happen to anything else. But I did manage to fill a couple bits of my timeline page on my games page that I basically said, now it's long lost, gone. It's on the archive. I don't have it. It's not a new entry in my site. And I've actually had to correct a few of those because I have found them now. So hopefully I'll find a few more. I would like to be able to get the complete CoCo games library and eventually the complete software library where nothing is missing anymore. But I've got dozens listed that I have not been able to find. If you guys have any obscure old stuff there, let me know. And that's it for me anyway. Anybody else have any updates or acquisitions?
Well, we were talking about cars earlier. I got a new spark plug.
Jeez.
Hey.
Here on Dodge Journey Talk.
After how many miles?
A lot.
Technical term.
Oh, and a new coil pack.
And Ken Waters, how soon do you expect? How long did it take you to get to the 1K subscribers, and how long do you think it'll take you to get to 2?
Oh, geez. I think I've been at this for about 3.5 years. So quite a while to get to 1,000. Hopefully it won't take me nearly that long to get to 2,000, but.
Hey, it's not 1,000, it's 1,000,000 base 2.
And are you going to be shooting any videos from our drive to kind of show as we go?
Yeah, I'll try and get some footage for.
I promise not to take any dirt roads over wooden bridges like you did when you left.
Yeah, I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, no more Google Maps for you.
Nope.
Well, get pictures of you guys dodging the moose. All right, we ready for an outro?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anybody else put up their hand, so that's all, folks.
But push a button, Frank.
This concludes another episode of the CoCo Nation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCo Nation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCo Nation Show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCo Nation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCo Nation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Okay. That's it then.
All right. That's it.
Yep. We'll see you all next weekend. See you at CoCo Fest in a couple weeks.
Yep.
Later, everybody.